Pick it up again. We're all back in our places. Thank you for indulging us, Chief. Sorry we're late. We'll take extra time with you.
Thanks, Mayor.
That's a blessing and a curse. Anyway, we're anxious to hear what you have to say.
All right, thank you. And good afternoon, Commission. I want to start by thanking my team. I have both my captains here. I have Rick Ramirez and Ned, and I want to introduce Jason Jenkins, hiding. He's the one trying, yeah. So this is really a team effort. We go through this budget process together. We look for efficiencies, make sure that we are presenting a transparent, well thought out budget. Jason's been instrumental. He came from a city finance background. He's our finance liaison at the police department. He speaks finance, which has been a big improvement in us kind of coordinating our efforts with our own city finance. So wanted to bring that to the Commission's attention. Moving forward into our ask, it is very straightforward this year. So we did a couple of changes, and I'm specifically focusing on our unfunded request for 24-25. So when we started this process, we were asking for 4 corporals. It was the 4 positions that were cut out of last year's budget. But during the time between April and now, we completed our 25 to 27 strategic plan for the police department, which you all have, and for the public's benefit is posted on our website for everybody to read. So we altered our ask just to match our strategic plan moving forward. And we actually lowered it from 4 positions to 3 positions. It's not that we don't need more positions, we do. We're an interesting beach town in that we service public safety-wise a city of 40,000, but of course we all know on holidays and weekends it's a lot higher than that. So a lot of times we're borrowing from ourselves, moving resources, or relying on our mutual aid relationships, which, as you know, we're proud of, and our teammates in public safety are always willing to answer the call. So as we present this, we wanted to structure a strategic plan over the next 3 years to basically take what we really do need now and just kind of break it up to make it less of a drain on the general fund. So the 3 positions that we're asking for 2 officers and 1 sergeant. As we did a thorough review as a team, and we looked at kind of the scope of supervisors in the department, and with the addition of now the Marine unit, the expansion of other units, we realized it was imperative that we just add 1 more first-line supervisor to manage a lot of those specialty units. And the 2 officers were really just kind of backfilling officers that we've moved into other things. For instance, we're moving 2 officers to be full-time Marine enforcement officers. I'm happy to provide an update on the boat that we've been talking about for, it seems like forever. The boat actually had its sea trials last weekend. They didn't call us to tell us that it sank, so we are hopeful that the boat will be delivered here within the next few weeks. So moving 2 officers over there, as you know, we also replaced the deputy at the high school with a new Smyrna Beach police officer. Those 2 officers will just help us supplement patrol. So in terms of the finance ask, in terms of the unfunded portion, that does lower the cost. So as I briefed the commission previously, we're happy to report that we have been able to build our personnel back up to being fully staffed. Unfortunately, we lost a couple officers over the last 30 days at the conclusion of some internal administrative processes, but we also have 20 applications from police officers that want to come work for us, so it's just a matter of picking the right people to backfill those vacancies. Vehicles, I can't say enough how much we appreciate Dave and Kevin. We really do rely on them, and anything you'll see in our presentations is what's provided to us from maintenance operations and specifically from fleet. Because we're changing the ask from 4 officers to 3 officers, that of course changes the unfunded vehicle ask, which will come out of impact fees from 4 to 3, actually lowers it from $300,000 to $225,000. The positions, because we lowered it, those are the actual costs. I wanted to show that we actually found some savings, and again, realizing this is unfunded, but trying to reduce the ask for consideration from 410 down to 325 for those positions. want to talk about compression. While this is not a huge sum of money, I think it does require us to be transparent and take a few minutes to talk about the why. We're asking for $46,000 to fix compression. Now, the reason we're compressed is we added lieutenants into the chain of command at the police department. As we grew, we needed to provide, more second line management of our patrol officers and our sergeants, but we didn't adjust compression at that point. So when we got to the end of last fiscal year, I was in a situation where my highest paid sergeant was making $103,000, both lieutenants were making $102,000, both captains were making $102,000 and $104,000. So I literally had 3 lines of progression all making the same salary. So what we're proposing is to adjust the compression for the 2 captains and the deputy chief to create a little bit of room between those ranks. And again, wanting to provide you with more data and kind of how we work through this problem, we wanted to compare ourselves to the 2 public safety programs that we typically look to, similar sized cities, similar sized public safety programs. So that gives you an idea of what those ranks are making in our sister cities. Our capital requests, the ask was for 11. Of course, 3 of those are included in the funded ask for the commission. The remainder are in the unfunded ask, and for that, I defer back to Kevin. He's done a really good job. I'll just point out that those 11 vehicles are all on the 8-year, $80,000 replacement window. So if we choose to push those another year, my only concern is the fleet maintenance part to keep those things on the road. We don't have the luxury, obviously, of parking patrol vehicles. But I will take this opportunity to tell the commission, I can't speak for all city departments, but the point is well taken in terms of upkeep of vehicles. We take a lot of pride in our police vehicles, and Commissioner Perrine, if you were to go to Sporty's car wash, you will also see police officers there every single day washing their vehicles. They typically wash them before every shift. We also have a routine inspection where the sergeants will inspect both the exterior and the interior of their vehicles to make sure that they are taking care of them. It's also a pride thing. We don't want to show up on calls with a dirty patrol vehicle. It's part of the image that we hope to provide in terms of being a professional agency, but it's also a replacement and maintenance issue. So moving away from the vehicles, the one thing I wanted to talk about today was the motorcycles. So we currently have 4 motorcycles in service, and I recently put all 4 back on the road. We've been operating with 2 motor officers for quite some time. But as the commission well knows, the 2 requests for public safety that I get the most often are traffic related or transient related. We've had a good answer this year in terms of our community outreach and addressing our homeless situation. Now we're really kind of beefing back up again our traffic enforcement. And traffic enforcement in the city of New Smyrna really needs to be based on deterrence and visibility. It's not so much on how many tickets you write, is we need them to think that we are on the major thoroughfares at all times. Motorcycles are our most effective way of doing that. A motors officer works traffic 100% of the time. They're either working our 44 and Dixie Highway areas as a deterrence to speed, or we're responding to routine complaints from citizens about problem areas, whether that be Saxon Drive, 3rd, 2nd, whatever. They also respond to and take all crash investigations, and that allows us to keep our patrol officers free to take other calls for service. As we finished the strategic plan and I looked at kind of our track enforcement, we were in this process already when we just had yet another horrific crash on Dixie Freeway that we're all aware of, and a lot of us have personal ties to that family, and it affected us both as a public safety department and as a city. We take that very, very seriously. In that particular investigation, that motorcyclist was doing over 130 miles an hour. So it's not a speed limit issue, right? That's something we can always evaluate with DOT. No, it's a reckless driving issue. It's a driving behavior issue, and that's something that we hope to change by creating higher visibility. But visibility takes resources. So my goal is to move from 4 motorcycle officers to 6. So the 2 additional motorcycles is for that purpose. There's 2 ways to look at this. Again, it's unfunded. Motorcycles cost about $45,000 a piece. We're also doing a little bit of research on electric motorcycles. Certain police departments are trying those out to see if they're an effective option, but unfortunately, the cost between electric and gas is pretty much the same with the exception of the gas that goes in the motorcycle. Working with Kevin, we're also looking at some lease options for that. Motorcycles, you can lease them for about $400 a month. So to do this on a lease basis would be about a $7,000 increase as opposed to a one-time hit of $90,000. The last thing is the replacement of our license plate readers and addition of surveillance cameras. So one thing we want to do, we preach intelligence-led policing, but intelligence-led policing, of course, is based on technology. We want to do a better job of being able to use technology to our benefit. We've done some things in terms of improvements. We purchased a new drone with the commission's approval, so now during spring break operations, when we're down on the beach, when we have areas of the town that are infiltrated with high volume of tourists, or as we know, sometimes with unaccompanied teenagers, we're already utilizing some technology that you've supported us with to make our response more effective. This is along the same lines. We need to upgrade our current license plate readers, which are through a company called NDI, to Flock, and that's just because the county-wide has gone to Flock. We want to integrate. The county runs a real-time intelligence crime watch center that we feed into. This allows us to get our video on the same platform as them. But I also have 2 full-time criminal analysts working at the police department, and this also feeds into the police department where we can manage our own issues and response. So, moving forward. Questions?
Really good. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. And so we'll start the examination of the entire budget here with the Vice Mayor.
So it's really hard for us to know how much money we have with that millage rate approval that we did in July to know priority of where we look at these unfunded requests. So I don't know how we're going to look at it. This department has the most of unfunded requests. And we really focused last year on safety, on the police and the fire. And if we do that every year, all of our other departments are going to be neglected. So I'm hoping the city manager, I have a few line items, but I'm going to refer those to the end. My biggest concern here is seeing the numerous amounts of unfunded.
If you recall, Vice Mayor, I have presented at a meeting on the July 23rd, I gave you options of if you increase a tenth of a mil, 0.25, a 0.5, and a whole mil. So I think the commission at the time, they went with the 0.25 roughly. However, at the end of the discussion, when the presentations are done, I think I have some other options for you available because I have some increases that happened. For example, on the sport complex. The sport complex, the property is being leased from the airport. So every 5 years we have to do an appraisal on the property. So through the appraisal, now the lease has increased from 205 to from 202, 341 to 418, 200. But I think I came up with some other options, hopefully not to touch the millage, but maybe touch some of these items that I think, and maybe you think, that they're important to add to the budget without increasing the millage. So I will leave that to the end of the discussions, and we'll be able to discuss that in more details.
Because a lot of the chief's presentation was on unfundeds, and I like how Sean did the process improvements they've done and the things in detail that they've been able to save. And I was wondering if you can help elaborate a little bit on that, Chief, before we go line item. Just tell us the significant impacts so that taxpayers know that you're not asking for more money every single year, that you are finding ways to improve your processes.
Sure. So we do a line-by-line review every year, and we look for efficiencies. For instance, in this year, we're lowering our budget by $72,000. We found some software that we weren't using that we could get rid of for $5,600. We saw that we were duplicating efforts with human resources and physicals and testing of onboarding applicants. We're reducing the budget by $10,000. We don't need that money anymore. $7,800 in vehicle leases is being removed. We had $40,000 that was in our canine due to the acquisition of a previous dog that would have just carried over. We caught that and we are removing that from our budget. It's not needed. So we actually found $72,000 that we didn't need. In terms of efficiencies, unfortunately, we are not a fat department running with a surplus. We can justify every single line item of our operating budget. We routinely go through it. My professional support team, with Jason and Rick, hold me accountable, and we basically track our spend down every quarter, by the line item. So if there were more fluff, I would cut it. But what we are asking for is exactly what we need. And I would just say, Commissioner, I could be asking for a lot more. If I really looked at the need for public safety as it relates to tourism in New Smyrna Beach and the things that I really want to do, which is have full-time public safety down in the business and tourist district at all times, we could go a lot farther. We're very respectful of the position that the commission is in. We pay attention in terms of the meetings leading up to this one, in terms of the position the commission is in with the millage rate, and we pare down our request significantly to make sure that we're not asking for things that we know are outside the realm of possibility. The positions that are in our strategic plan, I need all of those right now. So I need 2 more lieutenants, sergeants, and more officers to do what I'm asked to do on a daily basis. We just didn't feel that it was feasible in our current fiscal situation to ask for that. So that's why we do a strategic plan. And I'll also point back, we're a data-driven and intelligence-driven police department. So our annual report lists our enforcement statistics down to the number. It's then pulled into our strategic plan. So you'll find that, we run still 60 to 70,000 calls for service, and that's not counting the functions that we're asked to do proactively. And the way I look at it as a police chief, it takes everything I have to answer the phone and answer the radio from a reactive policing model. What I've tried to do in the last 3 years that I've been here is to slowly add resources and personnel to do things like traffic visibility, to create a proactive policing model to where I can afford to throw resources towards what I consider public safety issues that are completely proactive and not related to a call for service that comes through central dispatch.
On page 6, you have a line item that's public safety services, and there's a 129% decrease. Can you elaborate on that? It's in the revenue section.
Rick, do you have that? Public safety services?
It jumps from 715 amended to 1.6 proposed.
So,
Public safety services under revenue.
Commissioner, if I may, that's the additional of the fire unit, the whole new unit.
Okay, thank you. I missed that one. Go ahead, Mayor, and
Okay.
I'll come
All
back.
right, thanks. Appreciate that.
And Mayor, if I just...
Yes, please, go right ahead.
Going back to Vice Mayor, the difference between the police department and the fire department, they could provide a service where they could make revenue out of. And their department, it's not like, for example, they have the ambulance services that they could provide and get the revenue and make it a balance service. In theirs, the only thing that we can get is the parking tickets, number one. And if you look at the parking in general, I mean, we're making almost $1 million. So a lot of the services that they provide, it's like on the parking side, we're taking care of. But there is no service that they could provide and have revenue out of. So that's the difference between the two.
So about a year ago, Khalid, I sat with Jack on the parking ticket. It's in the billings, and they were revamping that, and they went with an outside service that's going to do the collections that we hadn't really pursued those back unpaid parking tickets. What was the revenue generated from us approving that new software expenses? Because it's been over a year since I sat with Jack.
And also, if you remember, we approached the tax collectors to see if they could hold their registration on the vehicles if they have any unpaid parking tickets. So that, I think that's going to help us as well. I don't know if he has the numbers on the software.
I don't have the exact numbers, but I'll give you an example of kind of where you're going with that, Commissioner. So Jack came to me and said, listen, we're going to need to add $50,000 as a expense line to parking for next year for Duncan Systems, which is what you're referring to. They handle our, collections. And so asking Jack, I don't want to go to the commission and say I need another $50,000 for parking. He quickly explained it's because we pay Duncan Systems $2.49 for every traffic citation written. And because we wrote thousands more parking tickets than last year, it's actually the $2.49 is a $50,000 delta in terms of deficit. But that's, if you just do the math from a $35 parking ticket, that's because revenue is going to increase by $33.21 per every one of those tickets. So the revenue for parking is definitely not the issue. There's a lot of revenue, and even as we wait for the recommendations from the parking consultant and the outcome of the parking task force, what we're seeing is everything that we've put in place is led to a fairly dramatic increase in parking revenue to the general fund.
Could you provide us a report with Jack's new software company that he went out, the outsourcing that they've gone, and how much we've been able to collect since we started using them?
Be happy to.
I was trying to find that through line item, and I couldn't. And I was like pulling my hair out trying to figure that piece out. So just if we could get an update, because I think the last time we asked for that, it wasn't completely in place, but that's been over a year now.
Sure.
So let me know. Thank you.
We'll work with Shalisa to pull that together.
We'll come back when you're ready, Commissioner Hartman.
Hi, Chief. How are you doing?
Commissioner.
So I noticed on page 64 that one of the new positions you wanted to add was the finance person, yet you introduced him already.
I don't have the page numbers in your book, Commissioner, but we're definitely not adding a finance person.
Okay.
We're not adding any civilian positions this year.
All right. 64.
That's the cover page, yeah?
Yes, cover page.
That's our cover page here.
The trap, neuter, and release.
Yes.
Is that a mandatory project that we're in, or is that just simply a voluntary?
So I'm glad you brought that up because it kind of goes to Commissioner Perrine's point. So we've been paying a contract with the county. Trap TNR is part of it. It's something we have been looking at, working with Shay. We think we're considerably overpaying. We're actually going to transition out of that contract into a pay per event, per animal, and we think we're going to be able to find some significant savings. But that's just the price there is the contract we've been paying for years to the Humane Society.
But it's not something that we're mandated to do, so.
No, it's
I
not.
find that interesting that we're neutering stray cats and paying for it from the police department.
Yep. That's
So,
that $15,000. I had the same question.
Yes, so.
That's all right. Is that it, Randy?
No, I have one more.
We're good. Take your time.
I think. On page 77, which you don't have the same one, is the shop with a cop?
Yes.
So we actually budget that money?
So that's just because we had to show the expenditure, it doesn't show the revenue account, that's a zero cost to the general fund.
Okay,
It's all donations.
so it eventually zeroes out.
Yep.
And that's all I had. Thank you.
You bet. Commissioner Martin?
Just verifying all the animal control is under the police department.
Correct.
So like it or not, you're the ones that get hit, right? And just only one comment, believe it or not. Once again, I see salaries. And I know everybody's tired of hearing me say it. Salary is not the true cost, whether we're comparing it to other cities or whether we're talking about the cost of adding somebody. So I find it really obfuscates the issue when we use salary-only numbers, and I would really like to see that practice stop because we can't see what it really represents. That's it. Thanks.
Yep.
Thank you, Chief. I'm glad you and your team are here. You guys represent well. Again, I'm looking at the unfunded list. Is that the prioritized order of your unfunded? Thank
Yes.
you. And now for the line by line, a couple things here. We got the 15 grand to the trap, neuter, release. 50 grand, I'm on page 66 of the, 68 of the detail. 50,000 to the Humane Society. Is that, what's underneath all that?
It's everything. So it's the TNR program for the felines that Commissioner Hartman is talking about. It's also every time that we are called to deal with an animal, whether we have to put it down or we have to catch it and take it to the Humane Society ourselves.
Got it.
So that's what I was referring to. We think we're going to be able to find some significant savings in that line item.
Yeah.
But that's something that, we hired a new animal control officer, but he had to go to the police academy. So as soon as he graduates, he came from the county, so he's helping us look behind the curtain.
Really good, thanks. I'm on page 71 now, the detail. The building repair and maintenance line item there, is that a transfer cost to maintenance operations? There's a $33,000 line item there, 33,111.
Yes.
Does that transfer over to
Yes.
David's organization? Okay.
No, sorry, that's them actually paying for repair and maintenance to their building.
I'm sorry, Katie.
That's them actually paying for repair and maintenance to the building there, and also, no, yeah, that's it. It's not a transfer over, it's the fleet maintenance is the transfer over
Who
to,
gets that money?
sorry,
Who gets that money?
the vendors?
Not David Ray's organization? Okay.
No.
This is a line item for maintenance. So what happened is if they need any maintenance, building facilities, they will coordinate whether they have to buy materials or that they have to hire a vendor. They do the repair. So each department has a maintenance item for their facility in their budget.
Got it. Help me then understand the bigger picture. I'm looking for David in the crowd, but maybe you can answer it. We expect the police department to be experts in what they're doing, and fire and IT, et cetera, not to be a jack of all trades. Does David's organization have that capability? And do they get
They manage the repair, but the police department pays out of this line item.
Got it.
But they don't do the maintenance themselves. They will actually call maintenance op. Maintenance op determine if it's something that they could do in-house or
Perfect.
something they have to hire from outside.
Makes total sense. That's awesome. Yes, ma'am.
Just quick clarification on that. So this, I'm assuming that maintenance ops does the equivalent of invoices other departments when they do work for them. Is that,
No.
Yeah, so it's a simple
how does,
process.
okay, so, yeah, how do we assign the money that's required by each
'Cause
department?
it's all general fund. If they do any work for
I
non-general
understand
fund,
that, but I'm looking at, we have a maintenance ops budget, and that budget is to do maintenance. And I would assume that in order to properly allocate that budget to each department's needs, that there would be what the equivalent of an invoice for maintenance ops to the police department or to City Hall for the cost of that maintenance, or how else is maintenance ops to budget for
So
maintenance?
maintenance ops budget is only for the divisions that they're responsible for. The repair and maintenance line that is in each individual department budget, so for example, for City Hall, it's budgeted under non-departmental. That is for City Hall. All the, any repairs that are going to be taking place, that's where they're going to expense it. So that not every division will have that repair and maintenance for a building per se, but if police will have it, fire will have it, non-department
I
has it. Yeah.
assume that each division would have a budget for maintenance, but in terms of accountability, if we expect the maintenance operations department to be responsible for maintenance, it would seem to me that whatever they have to spend for, say, the police would then transfer back into their budget because they've now.
They're not spending it out of their budget. They're spending it out of police or, non-departmental or fire.
Okay, so I have a maintenance ops person who does, I don't know, screen repair. Mm-hmm. And that is a full-time staff member of maintenance operations. And the police department needs screen repair. Mm-hmm. Unless the time that the maintenance ops employee, if that hourly, whatever the cost for that employee, it would be spent out of maintenance ops budget because that
Then it
employee is a
doesn't make
maintenance
sense.
ops person.
In that case, it doesn't make sense. We're all under general fund, and
We're all under general fund, but we're all expected to budget by department. True.
but then if I'm charging a department that's general fund from a department that's general fund, it just doesn't make sense. It means I'm increasing my revenues on one side and increasing my expenses for costs that are not really there.
See, and I see it differently. I see it as, I expect each department head to have a budget. And if I'm expected to use my full-time employee to functionally
So-
subsidize another department,
So then basically you're saying, so we should do overhead costing for each of maintenance ops.
That would be-
to every single division.
that would be more
So then we
reasonable.
would have to do that for administrative costs as well.
No,
That does
I hear
not-
you, but again, we're asking each department to justify their expenses, so.
For the materials, commissioners, I agree with you. The materials, when they do that, or they hire an outside vendor, they do that. But if it's within the general fund, no. But if they do a service, for example, to the airport, then that is, we charge the airport service for that service.
That makes sense.
But the general fund, it doesn't make sense because it's going to come out from one pocket to another. The only thing is each department, they assign a maintenance item in their budgets to take care of their facility.
Might it be instructive if I asked the question differently? The chief had to determine that he needed $33,100 for next year. What did he spend last year, Lisa? And Eric, then how did, maybe your team will answer, how did you determine this year this is what you thought you needed?
It came from maintenance ops. So
Okay.
from
All
a,
right.
just real quick, just from a user standpoint there, we literally put in a service ticket to maintenance ops, they perform the work and then charge it back to us. So it's just a way, I think, for the city to manage those
Exactly.
funds, yeah.
Exactly.
So is that remodeling that for the new facility, the new lease building? Because I know maintenance op was going to do most of that remodel for you. Is that causing some of that? Is it some of that in that number?
So if we're talking about the Minerva Center, it's already completed. The majority of that cost was borne by the landlord. So,
By the
but
parking
the
fund
majority
and-
was borne by the landlord, but the Minerva Center will be paid for half out of parking and half out of building. And so that is being built into next year's budget.
$21,031 this year and $45,950 last year.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. So, yeah, it's debatable what the best budgeting and driving in accountability for what it is you do. I've done both ways, both what Commissioner Martin's describing to and what we're doing currently today. And so these cost transfers, at the end of the day, I want the professionals doing the jobs that they can do the very best. And I think having David as the agent and his organization as the agent to determine whether it's an internal capability we can do or we need to contract out is probably the righteous thing. How we then turn it around and account for it, I would like more precision than less. So peanut buttering an overhead cost, I don't care for that. A buyer-seller arrangement would be the best practice where a department can say, I can afford this much. I can't afford any more than that, and so I won't buy premium. I'll buy just what I need. I would favor a lot of that, and that's not just for maintenance. That would be for admin and for IT and for every single thing. Then you really drive in accountability.
The one thing I'll add, Mayor, real quick, because I think that's an important point. So just from my perspective as a department head, that budget line item, although it is given to us by maintenance ops, we still spend against it an accountability measure. And what that means is, for instance, right now I'm moving the sergeants out into a different office, and I'm looking at that line item to see what I can afford for carpet and paint and not going outside of it. So it does give us that accountability mechanism.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. I'm still on page 71, a little further down the page, so Lisa and Chief. The photo and photo/video equipment, 191,000. Is that the tag readers?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, this is not yet on it's not ready for prime time, but it was brought up by a citizen, and it's probably on everybody's mind. To be determined by this body is a Department of Mobility to include traffic and transportation and parking and what have you. I don't know where we nest that. City manager will determine that for sure going forward, whether that becomes under your bailiwick or under Shane's or where in the organization. But for the finance team, in the name of biasing for action and not saying, oh, but we didn't budget for it in 2025, I sure would like to have the opportunity to have that person, that department, at least a one-person start, a placeholder with a salary, et cetera, held so that we can't, I don't want to escape action by saying we didn't budget for it. So if we budget for it and it doesn't use, then we can figure that out. But having mobility, we've heard this, this is a topical term. It's just out of order in priority. And we haven't yet voted. We haven't heard from the parking. We haven't compared with the parking task force, and the parking expert said we need to have a digestion of all that information we've got. But at the end of the day, because we must budget first, I would ask that this body consider at the end of the day directing the staff to at least, as a placeholder, make sure that we have the option to get started with having a mobility director in there. Where we place it, all that other stuff can be worked out. But I can hear it now after we conclude another dialogue, another conversation about mobility, and to say, well, but we don't have any, we didn't budget for it this year. I don't want that to be the reason we don't do it. Sir.
The good news is it's not coming out of general fund. If it was coming out of general fund, I would have included in this. But it's really coming out of the parking fund. So not knowing exactly what the recommendation is, you haven't even looked at the report yet.
Right.
It doesn't make sense to include this, but if it's coming out of general fund, I mean, that might affect the millage. Coming out of the parking fund, which means it's not going to affect the millage, so you could add it at any time you want. So you're not going to hear the excuse that says, well, it wasn't included in the budget. So I just want to assure you that.
Made my day. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Any follow-up from any of my colleagues? Any closing? Well, let me say something about unfunded. 45% of our budget is probably for public safety. And last year, my bias was I wanted to make sure that our legal department and our law enforcement department were able to meet every task given. And so when we busted the budget, should we bust the budget last year, and if we must increase it, those are the two categories I continue to favor. The particular item that you have chosen to put front and center is the increase of your motorcycle team from 4 to 6. And if that in the name of public safety saves one more life on any of our roadways, then I'm willing to take that hit in the public for overspending, if that is what it's called. But I think that's a prudent move. Your commitment to making sure that areas are patrolled that are under patrolled today because of your staffing need to be fixed, and I know that you're on it, and if this is the technique to get there, I would support that. Okay. Any follow-up, any closers from the chief?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you so very much. How about development services? All right, I see the team. She's talking to you, Steph.
It is.
Call Stephanie Ferrara, she could fix it for you.
Yes, that's why I get paid the money, right? Are you using that thing? Oh, hold on.
Yes.
Okay, I have to actually save this on the iPad from the. All right.
Right. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Shane Corbin with Development Services. We're going to run through real quick our budget issues. I can't believe that police got done that quick. Usually they're one of the more interesting departments. So I would say that our budget is not as interesting as theirs, but nevertheless pretty important.
Oh, Shane, we're going to make you very interesting this afternoon.
Pretty important budget nonetheless. So, as far as our organizational chart, nothing has changed. We're at 39 full-time employees. We did recently hire a new engineer. We're happy to have him on staff. And then we've got someone in permitting that is leaving us, and we've got that position out. Otherwise, we are completely fully staffed and have mostly been fully staffed for the last year and a half. So no real changes there. So 39 full-time employees. The bulk of them are in building with 22, along with code compliance, another 7, 5 in planning, 5 in engineering. So all of that is staying the same. We're not requesting any new personnel. Our challenges remain the same. We're really busy. If you didn't know, New Smyrna Beach has been discovered, and a lot of people are moving here. A lot of people are opening businesses, so a lot of pressure with new development, new subdivisions, as well as existing remodels of homes, tear downs, rebuilds. And so we're always really busy and trying to stay on top of the flow of applications that are coming in and the needs of the residents. In order to do that, we stay up to date on all of our training. We take that pretty seriously. We try to get everyone as trained as they can. And in addition to that, we're constantly looking at new software and things that we can do to speed up permit review times, things of that nature. It's a little hard to see, at least for me. Our building permits are trending down. This is something we talked about last time. I know there was some concern about, are any of the employees sitting around and not doing anything? And that's not the case. In 21-22, we were still coming off storm recovery, and free permits were being given. So that indicates the surge there in 21-22. But those have been trending down. And the types of permits have changed, whereas at one point in time, people were pulling building permits or roofing permits or siding permits, things that were kind of small. A lot of the permits that we're getting now are actually larger permits for complete home builds and things of that nature. So and the other issue would be interest rates this last year have slowed down a little bit the overall construction industry. I'll take a snapshot at the history of our business tax revenue, and you can see the bar graphs on the left. There's a large dip there. It's a little misleading if you actually look at the numbers. The first bar is 273,000 roughly. The next one, it looks like it's cut in half, but it's actually at 256,000. One of the things we did in the last year is we brought in a third-party consultant to actually assist us in identifying businesses that are operating within the city limits of New Smyrna Beach and bringing those to our attention and sending them letters. So bringing those businesses who previously did not have business tax receipts, we're getting them into compliance and bringing them online. So that's been pretty successful. The consultant doesn't actually collect a fee unless the business tax receipt is applied for and we receive monies as well. So it's really a no-loss situation for us to have this third party perform that service for us. And then if you look over at the pie chart, you can see accommodations and food make up the more than 50% of the business tax revenue here in the city. Professional services, like attorneys, doctors, and things, second, and then merchants as a third, and then it breaks it down a little bit further. Looking at code compliance cases, they tend to be trending down as far as the total number of complaints. Don't have an exact reason for this, but I suspect it's also post-storm. You would think that after the storm, you have a lot of properties that are in disarray, and the neighbors only put up with that for so long before they start to call in and complain and expect some action to be taken. At the same time, the number of cases that are going to both the code board, the code board cases are remaining relatively flat, but the cases that are going to a special magistrate are trending down. So we'd like to think that we're getting caught up and there's fewer properties out there that are actually making it to that level of enforcement or compliance. And then we get into the actual numbers for the budget. So here we are at building. The overall budget proposed would be up 7.16%. The big jump there is 16.8% in the operating expenses, and that's Overall inflation and cost of things are costing more, but the other big piece of that number that's in there is the $350,000 that we've earmarked for the design and engineering of the new building across the street in the Shell parking lot. That was always the plan, to build a new building there that would house all of the development services functions. And so for this budget cycle, that is being proposed in there. And so that is bumping up the number for operating expenses. In addition, code enforcement is up 7.42%. And the reason for that is that they've transferred their location over to the Minerva Center. And so they've taken on additional expenses as far as landscape, irrigation, janitorial services, utilities, and things of that nature. Let's see. So again, here at building, the transfers in and out, that's a question that I would ask for finance to weigh in on. They really take care of that. But overall, licenses and permits, the revenues are going to be consistent. We're projecting them to be consistent. No change. Charges for services, no real change. Fines and forfeitures, expecting the same. And overall, pretty flat. We transitioned into planning. We are really, really busy in planning, which, if anything, is an indication of what's to come in the future as far as number of building permits and how busy we're going to be. Planning application numbers, that represents everything from plats to annexations to variances, rezonings, all the things of that nature. And so those applications are up, and even since we put this graph in, we've already got more applications that we didn't account for, so that number is actually bumped up another 5 or 6 units there. In pre-application meetings, we're seeing the same trends. Lots of people coming in for the pre-application meetings. We spend a lot of time on those, and everyone seems to like them across the board as far as making it easier for both staff and the applicant, because it gives the applicant an opportunity to come in and, or we do it on video conference frequently as well. But they get to meet with everyone who's going to be reviewing the project, and they get immediate feedback. So if it's a hard no from staff, they can tell someone right away, we don't think this is going to work. We don't think this is really a good idea. And the applicant doesn't have to waste any resources or time trying to develop a project or get so far down the line on a project. And then they hear from us that it's a no, and then they're frustrated, and they start blowing your all's emails up with how the staff is too hard to work with, and they can't get the project done. So the pre-application meetings are very popular, and I think very successful, and plan to just keep doing as many of those as we're requested to. Also in planning, we're working on a variety of initiatives for text amendments. Some of these you have already seen, such as Chapter 50, landscaping and stormwater, but we have a number of other ones that are in one form or another in a draft, and essentially we're just waiting for direction from the city manager's office. Any one of these at any time we could pick up and start pushing it forward through the process. Here to touch on engineering, I won't go through each one of these, but these are a lot of really big, important projects. I would say if I was to ask for another employee, it would probably be another engineer. I'm not asking for one. But these projects are complex, and they're very technical, and they require a lot of time and project management on these. And so, although I'm not asking for another engineer yet, that may come if this trend continues in the future. In the meantime, we're going to look at ways to try to free up our existing engineers in ways that they can spend more time on these projects, because once they come online, they're going to be very time consuming. And those are just around the corner. Let's see, here we are at planning and engineering, the budget. You'll notice a large jump of 48.32% there. That would probably get your attention, like, well, what is that for? So there's actually a fee that we built in as a placeholder. It's for TIF revisions. I'm sorry, not TIF revisions. Transportation impact fee revisions. We have to update it every 3 to 5 years. And so that number has been placed in there. That actually, the money that's been placed in there actually needs to come out of the transportation impact fees. And once that correction is made, that number will be flat. So although it looks like a huge jump, and that's the explanation for why that number is so high. And that's it for me. I do have staff here that's been involved in building the budget. I've given you sorry?
You done? Is that it?
Sure.
Okay, good. City Manager, you want to set this up, sir?
Just a few items to add to Shane's. One is I would like to see the artificial intelligence built into the review and development services. So we have approached a couple of companies. We had several virtual meetings with one of them. I have asked him at the last meeting to provide some references from other county municipalities that they're using the software, so we could contact them. We haven't got back, I guess, with them at this point, but this is something I think what it will do, I think it's going to speed the process, it's going to streamline the process, and probably reduce some of the review time that we have, and it's going to help staff. He has mentioned about additional engineer, and I think based on the list of projects that you've seen, they are complex projects, they are very complicated. Their lengthy process requires quite a bit of review, and these are our own projects, not the public projects. But I think at some point an assessment needs to be made to see if we need an additional engineer. The other thing I want to mention is when we have the elevation or the demo and rebuild the project, we need to have a specific inspector just for that project. We have learned quite a bit from the project we have now, since we don't have a specific person responsible for it. It created some issues for us. So I think having somebody who is specialized and just responsible for this specific project will be very important. So I just want to make sure that it's not in the budget, but I think it's when that project comes up, I think we need to look into that. And what I mean by that, just having one specific staff, that is their job, to address these issues as they come on the forefront. So, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. We'll start looking into this item by item, and we'll start with Commissioner Martin.
Well, curious on the code compliance. I know a lot of people don't want to report code issues because they have to give their name, and in this particular societal attitude at the moment, people are terrified of retribution. And even if they do get reported, it can take months or years to maybe go into compliance. I mean, I know of a couple places that have been out there they're on year 2, and any minute now they're going to comply. So people don't really necessarily feel like they're necessarily getting any resolution, even if they do put their name out. By the way, what percentage of fines do we collect?
Sorry, I don't have that number currently.
Okay, so it would be interesting to know, we do say if it's not brought into compliance by X date, a daily fine of X per violation will occur. And it would be nice to know what that actually results into in terms of receipts.
I can get that for you.
Thank you, sir. I
You're welcome.
appreciate it. And I think at the moment I'm good with that.
Hey, Lisa, on your question, what year was it, did that account for the dip in the reporting on code compliance? Was that when the policy changed to you must use your name? And what,
I believe
was that a
that-
statute, was that driven by county or state?
That was a state change, and I believe that was 2 years ago.
Got it.
So it probably does have an impact on seeing those trends
Sure.
go down.
Sure, absolutely. Commissioner Hartman.
Just on a comment that city manager made, on a lot of these contracts, when we do these contracts for some of the larger projects, they also include a project manager, do they not?
They do, but we still stay engaged with them, and we have periodic meetings with them. And so we, for instance, the Barracuda Bridge, we've got staff meeting with them on a regular basis to review their progress and make sure that their project is going as planned. So there's a lot of time involved in that.
I think what you're saying is we have a project manager from our side, but the project manager's time is divided among multiple projects. What I meant for that specific project is having someone just to deal with that project, because there's so many issues going on at the same time with different homes. And if you don't catch them on early on, it becomes a problem as you progress. So that's what I meant. But there is a project manager overall, but I'm saying about having an inspector to be there looking at the progress of the projects every day.
And I'll just add to a lot of these, there are grants involved or other funding sources. And so the engineers are looking at all of that and communicating with
Yes.
everybody.
Yeah, and I think even just as a comment, the new engineer that we just took on board has kind of solely been focused on the Venetian Bay issues with the flooding and stuff, so.
Ton has, he's not solely focused on that.
Right.
That's not his only job. But he definitely has a unique skill set as far as doing the modeling and whatnot that we have completely leaned into and taken advantage of.
Right.
He's put a lot of time in on that project.
Thank you.
Commissioner Perrine.
Thank you, Shane. Couple questions. The building permits, that's disturbing a little bit, being down 1,500, because that, in my viewpoint, is missed opportunities for tax revenues and also job opportunities in our economic development. So even if we look at this as free permitting that we did during the hurricanes, that's still, I don't know what your average permits were pulled, let's just say 900. We're still down 600 building permits from 2 years ago, and that trend doesn't look good. I mean, to me, this should coincide with our business revenues as what for taxes, as well as our economic development for job creation. So it's just something that we need to keep in mind when we look at projects and we have so many people, it's against certain things and job opportunities, it reflects. Especially when we're up here trying to come up with money for the budget, it just doesn't appear on trees. The other thing I want to look at, you mentioned something about a $350,000 design of a new building, and that wasn't something that I ever voted on or know anything about. So I need you to elaborate on that, please.
I could elaborate on that. So when we sold this property to the White Chalice over here, that was almost the only area that we have for expansion. So the only way to look at the expansion is it's either we have to add to City Hall, or we have to add to this building, or we have to build on this property that we purchased. So right now, we're overgrown City Hall and overgrown this building. So what we wanted to do is we wanted to, and this is coming out of building funds. You could see what happened in Daytona, where they had $11 million and they didn't spend the money. So we wanted to at least assign some of the funding for the design. It will come back to you. It's not, I mean, this is just in the budget. But in order, we still have to go for an RFQ, we have to go for the proposal, and it comes back to the commission. But that's really, it's to build a building for the building department with the building funds on this parking lot.
Does that include parking underneath? the
Underneath will be parking, and then probably having either a 1 or 2 floors on top of it with the idea that you could add to it.
Will we be losing parking places with that building, or gaining, or
It will be,
wash?
excuse me?
Would that new building that you're projecting include all the parking places that we have now, or would we lose
It
some
depends
parking?
how big we haven't even looked at the concept yet. This is just an item in the budget for us to assign something for it. And then most likely the staff with the city manager, they will meet with the architect and the consultant, kind of look at, you know, at the function of the building department, the use and the needs.
But that 350,000 has not been spent yet.
This is for, we haven't spent anything. This is for the design at this point and assigned for it. Out of building funds, not out of general fund.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Is that it? Okay, very good. Shane, to you and your team, Stephanie, Kyle, and Gary, well done, and you have moved the department measurably in the past year that you have been here, Shane. To that reason, to that end, and with Mr. Bluebeck in the crowd from Venetian Bay watching, you have hired a full-time project execution insurance, not insurance, but a compliance agent, somebody that says, here's what's on the books that we approved, and here's what you're building, and I'm gonna make sure that they both match up. You have that person full-time?
That's correct. Yes,
And that's
we
a
do.
that's a big deal for our citizens, right? They're gonna get what they signed up to get. What this commission approved is actually gonna be delivered. Can you opine for a minute or two about what type of things he's finding?
Gosh, I have looked at the Venetian Bay. He's completely gone through the Venetian Bay one. We assigned him that one first thing. So like first day, here's what we want you to focus on. And so I do have that in a written form that I can share with everybody in the general public. We can do that. But he's been going through all the PUDs and making sure that everything that's been agreed upon in both the meetings and in writing. So if there's something that's written into the PUD MDA, he's checking for those, and he's going back and he's actually watching the meetings where the negotiations are happening between the commission and the attorneys or the applicant, and he is basically flagging everything that's been said and making sure that it lines up with the final documents that have been approved. So, we've got many of those complete already, and we can share them upon request.
Really good.
But
Thank you for that.
I will add that he's valuable in a lot of other ways too. He's not just going out and counting trees. He's become the point person on our tree permits, which is freeing up our planning staff that used to do that. So he's taken that on, and he's helping with engineering projects. He's helped with grant applications. He's really been a great addition, and encouraging him to pursue a degree in planning and try to keep him here with a career path if we can. He's been a real good addition to the team.
Really good. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, on that compliance aspect of it, for example, yesterday, I guess, from Planning and Zoning, or Monday, there was a suggested that this variance would be fine based on maintaining this specific buffer, vegetation. And I said, well, that's great for the, the sign off on the, what do you call it? The occupancy, certificate of occupancy. But how do we make sure that that vegetation stays in place? And the answer is, well, for the first year, it's up to the building department to make sure it's there. But after that, it's back to code compliance, which I end up with concerns that says, oh, great, the first year it looks good, and after that it goes downhill, because who knows that there's supposed to be X number of bushes or trees or shrubs at a specific corner of a specific street in New Smyrna Beach. How would you monitor that? How do you put tags on? It's the first of the month. Go check every corner that has a variance requiring X amount of vegetation. It just doesn't seem to me to be a viable plan going forward. So I want to be really careful with these things. If we can't make sure that it looks good next month, next year, and 5, 10 years from now, I'm not really sure we should be authorizing it if we just don't have a way to make sure it stays. Unless you do, in fact, have a calendar that says it's the first of the month, go check on every variance for vegetation that we have issued in the last 10 years. And I'm guessing that's not in your calendar.
No, that is definitely not on our calendar. But we could add that to the list of duties for the compliance officer to start going through variances that might have conditions on them. That is not something that we've done yet, but I think we could do that easy enough.
There's quite a few of them over the years that I've seen. So some of which really impressed me in terms of the inability to make sure that they would stay and fill the desired objective.
All right, Shane, thank you, ma'am. Shane, some time ago, let me go to this one first. The cost of what you provide today, and you have the most sophisticated routing and back and forth and concurrence wiring diagram that I think would eclipse any other department in the city. When you got here, we talked about some continuous process improvement initiatives to streamline, to lean, to up your goal towards Six Sigma. It also has a cost quotient to it. If you could lessen the amount of trips back and forth and around the block and through your office and what have you. Have you got any initiatives on the drawing board which might yield a savings year over year? You're going to get increased pressure for more building as the clock ticks, as we become more popular, even though you've got a down cycle right now. But if you upped your efficiency and improved your internal processing and procedures, there would be a savings because you wouldn't have to buy another body for every 10 or 100 or whatever the number is jobs you get. Have you got any designs on how you might do that?
I don't have any specific designs to change, say, the organizational structure or anything of that nature, but I would piggyback on what the city manager was talking about as far as looking at new technology, because usually new technology is the game changer that makes things significantly quicker and more efficient, and that is the AI software. It's new, it's a little intimidating, and it's fascinating to see how you would put a plan into AI software, and then the software actually does the design review for you. It's kind of baffling, but it is starting to take off. The problem with it, as far as cost savings, is it's obviously not free, and it's new software, so it is expensive. But we could speed up, assuming that it works as they've said. One of the things that in the calls that we had was interesting. A new company started, we engaged them. They were very excited to work with us. And then by the time we got to the next call, that company had already dissolved and started a new company and said, we're starting fresh with new personnel and all this stuff. And so then we started with this new group to have the conversation with them. And I think where we ended was we asked for examples from other communities, and we also provided them with some of our code sections along with plans that had already been approved. So we already knew that the plans were they were good, but we wanted to run them through their system as a scenario to see what the output was and if we agreed with how the computer actually did the review in place of a human. So we haven't got that far yet. They wanted an agreement that would sort of lock us in just to do the trial, and we just haven't gone any further since then. But that would be the one thing that really sticks out that we could do to up our game.
Okay. So I'll opine a bit about that for a second. Certainly technology has a role to play. But I assure you, in your organization and in any organization that I've ever been affiliated with, there are pockets of lassitude and waste that can be eliminated by simply a review of the process with somebody that is skilled in process improvement. So when we still get the pressure of how many days it takes to get a fence permit versus how many days it takes to get a very elaborate building put in. So lest we think, no, we can't do anything till new software gets here or till we invest in AI, I would encourage you and the department to look toward continuous process improvement and streamlining your procedures. One of the things you did last year that was very successful was you had an open house in this room of all the builders and all the tradesmen to let them give you their opinions of their experiences that they've had inside our department here. I would encourage you to keep doing that so that you can keep honing the tools and not be static in what we're doing. To that end, one of the things you've brought, I think you brought at least 3 LDRs forward this past year for us to review and for after your review to opine upon. How many more will you be bringing us this coming year and to get to a full review?
Well, again, that would depend on direction from you all and the city manager, but potentially, just off the top of my head, probably 10. But it just depends on your all's schedule and your all's priorities. Yeah. So we can float them out there. We can do the draft work on them. But I, as staff, won't put them on your agenda until directed to.
There's a hue and cry for that review. They're aged, many of them, and so I'll bring it up at the next commission meeting. But rest assured, I believe we've said something. We've spoken as a group once about we want to have those being looked at sooner than later.
And I'll add, our comprehensive plan has multiple elements in it that are out of date. We did look at bringing a consultant on this year to do that, and the price tag that we got to do an overhaul for it was $250,000. So I stopped there and said, let's do one at a time and see, basically look internally and see if we've got enough firepower on staff to do any of these in-house instead of spending $250,000.
Really good, good. On page 104, 164, 154 of your budget summary, I see $125,000 in computer and contractual services. Is that pass through from what you and Thomas have agreed on, or have you ordered a bunch of new software? Yeah. Yeah, building and inspection, Stephanie. It's, Shaliza, you'll see the line item
Set our
there.
contract for Intergov?
Computer contract services, AutoCAD, Autodesk is underneath that one. That's the 3,000, but above that it's 125,000.
Okay, so that's the total amount, and then underneath it, you can see the breakdown of the individual different
Roger
software
that.
systems. But
What did they spend last year?
And Mayor, while she's looking it up, I just want to go back to the improving the process. One thing we have to keep in mind is, I call it the human factor. You could improve any process we want. The human factor is probably, I would say, the top. I think you and I, we have talked quite a bit on when they submit and they're supposed to respond with the comments, and they responded with the comments and it's not fully addressing the comments, then it becomes a redundant process, and that sometimes takes some time. So I think we have to take probably a good effort and time in maybe educating the contractors, the consultants, the homeowners, maybe use that as because every day we look at the process to improve it. And I could tell you this, I have worked in that department back in '89, and I'm looking at it today, and looking at the technology and the process that it's going into that department, and the process it goes through, it's quite a bit of change in terms of the technology. So technology is good for you if it does help the human factor, and if it doesn't, then we're back to square one. So I think we have to use quite a bit of it on the human factor, trying to improve the process. And they are using for small permits, like, fences and screen. I think they have been pushing those going out a lot quicker than the bigger projects. So.
Wonderful. Thank you. What do you know about that?
So
Sure.
last year was 36,408,
36,000?
and currently it's 52,000.
They've currently spent 50,000?
52.
52? So this is a double for that? Is there an explanation of why this new number is double?
those numbers are provided to us from IT.
Okay, that's not sad.
Okay.
That doesn't feel good.
Can I just interject something here? Some of these contracts were under different accounts. We redid the accounts, Shalisa, and some of the stuff is now combined under one account instead of being separated out under like other professional and contractual services. So they're divided up, they were divided up into different accounts.
So it's a consolidation
Yeah.
of expenses into one account.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
That helps, to be satisfying. It always helps to look at what you've been spending, what you are spending, and so changing the ledger order and moving it around is always destabilizing our ability to analyze one year to the next. So hopefully we have it in a format that we like, and we'll stick with it. Otherwise, the same question will come next year, and
It should be the same.
Hopefully.
I don't foresee them.
hopefully. Okay. I have no other questions. Any other reattacks by any of my colleagues? Any closing remarks, Shane?
Oh, thank you.
Thank you guys very much. Appreciate it. Yes, sir.
Very dynamic department, it's like any other department, but the amount of people that goes through the building and the planning and engineering, the amount of projects, the plan review, the permit review, the pre-application process, I think it's very beneficial. Some people, they complain about it, but really it does give you an idea early on, where the project's going to go, especially from the developer standpoint. So this way they didn't have to waste their time. If it's something that's not zoned for, what exactly they need for them to get that project moving forward. So we keep looking at the process and trying to improve it somehow. So, we're not quitting, so we will keep doing that.
Yep, sharing those initiatives would be great. I know it is complex, and involves a lot of different subgroups within your organization, Shane. I just am an advocate of efficiency and continuous process improvement. And I don't think there's a destination on that tour. I think it's a journey. And if you get tighter and tighter and you have the right key performance indicators, you'll find your way toward excellence and a high performance team. And I'd love to have this big organization you have now inherited and have been a year on lead the way in that, because it is often the reputation of our city. And it is this diocese' job to make sure that we control the rate of growth. It is not your job to slow it down on your own by making it painful for them. That's our job to say, whoa. Your job is to get it through, get it in and get it out as efficiently as possible. I never want anybody to think that we're asking the building department to put the brakes on for us.
Just once again, or sort of a reminder, when I have gone in to try to understand the delay in getting a permit issued, I've generally found out that the applicant didn't give the right information and declines to notice that those repeated requests to say, give us the property address.
Yep, that was
So,
exactly as Colin was saying.
Yeah, so that pushback is an important thing to understand, that we're not always the guilty ones. Sometimes the applicant needs to help us.
Many times when we get a phone call and Mr. Rashadat researches it, we find out it goes right back to the caller. Okay, thank you very much from Development Services. On to Airport and Arvin.
Do you remember where that 300,000 for building design was?
$300,000 for, oh, I didn't see it. She
That
asked.
was where the 300,000 for building design, building design. Thank you. $350. There it is, yeah. Good catch. Did you see it, Fred?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's, we're gonna move it for you.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the budget for the airport this coming year. So, just briefly going over our vision, your airport team works hard every day to serve the needs of our aviation community to be that aeronautical gateway for the city of New Smyrna Beach, and to deliver a product that is safe, efficient, and of good quality. As an enterprise fund, we are continually looking for ways to protect the airport financially, to continue to make the airport self-sufficient. That includes making sure we're using the land for its highest and best use. Our current organizational chart, we have no asks for this year. We had some last year, and you were kind enough to help us with that, and thank you. Here's some trends over the past few years on our sale of aviation fuel. These numbers are in gallons. The snapshot shows fuel in 22, 23, and our current year estimated what we believe we will end the fiscal year, September 30th. It's basically flat, although avgas sales for piston engines are slightly higher, jet is slightly down. Majority of our revenue comes from the leasing of land and facilities. The only real change to the budget was what the city manager mentioned earlier, the recent appraisal of the sports complex, which the city currently leases from the airport. The most recent appraisal for the sports complex came back at $3,485,000 for that 76 acres, which puts the new rent at $418,000, which is about a $200,000 increase. Again, there's very few changes to the budgets. We don't really have anything that's unfunded except for we are asking for an additional $200,000, $100,000 to put towards our continued building maintenance needs. We had this is the first time the airport's done this as far as I know, is we did a survey of our T-hangars tenants this year. From our responses, everything was generally favorable, but one of the points of where we received some constructive criticism was on our continued need to do preventative maintenance on the hangars. This is something that we've talked about before, and we are in the process of working towards. But one of the things I'd like to do this year, I've gotten a quote from one of our consultants to do a comprehensive building study to help us understand what we need to be putting aside every year, and actually have an engineering team come in and evaluate all the building envelope structures, the roofing, the major components, so that we can actually do what, you're familiar with condo associations do this, they're required to. Now they actually study the building itself and determine what needs are we gonna have year 1, year 2, year 5, year 10, et cetera. And so that's what we're hoping to do, and that's what we're asking for. And that's gonna cost about $60,000, but I really believe that's gonna be money well spent as we try to continue to be more proactive on our capital replacements for structures. I appreciate maintenance ops and fleet and what they're doing with the vehicles, and we want to try to do that same thing with the airport buildings. We have a significant amount of buildings that we have to manage and take a look at. The other $100,000 we're asking for towards other professional services. We have some ongoing legal needs that we need to continue to fund for the foreseeable future, and that was a change since the last request. So again, $200,000 is what we're asking for. Here's a list of our capital improvement projects, no change. Total estimated cost of $8 million. I'll go into each one in more detail in just a moment. You can see with a total output of $8 million with our partners at FAA and FDOT, our local share is estimated to be a little over $500,000. So the biggest project that we have planned for this year that's currently under FAA review will be Taxiway Bravo. This is our longest and most used taxiway at the airport. It runs parallel to the east-west runway. Gets a lot of traffic and is due for rehab. But what makes this project significantly important is the fact that it also addresses runway compliance issues on runway 7 and runway 25. You can see this picture that's taken from Sunset facing towards the east. That's runway 25. That road, and as well as US 1 that runs on the other side, the road itself is a little too close to the runway. And the FAA has notified us that we no longer have, or we have not had instrument approaches at night. And so in certain weather conditions, this does not allow certain aircraft and users to land at the airport in certain weather conditions at night. So this project includes a small amount of pavement, very small, about 130 feet of pavement removal at both ends of the runway. It's going to bring us back to compliance and reinstate that approach capability for the airport users. This is something that when we discovered this issue, we've been working very hard to address, but it is a significant one because it requires so much engineering and funding. That project is going to be right around, let's see, the total cost I believe we were looking at was around $5 million. So it's significant, and we're looking forward to getting that complete. Another big project for the year is something that's been on the books for quite a while for the airport. We're excited to say that it's back on with your permission and with your support. This is an 80% funded project from FDOT. They've committed $2 million to the building of our administrative building. If you've ever been in our current administrative building, it is very small. It doesn't allow for much public use. It doesn't allow for us to really host visitors, and it's just very tight. This facility that we're going to have is not only going to have adequate office space, but it's also going to have room for training space, public meeting space, also a little display space as you enter for historic artifacts that pay tribute to the military's heritage and the part that it played in World War II. Just briefly touch on some of the other smaller projects we have planned is the replacement of our of our generator. The airfield generator powers not only the airfield, but also the air traffic control tower. Comes in very handy during emergencies and allows us to continue safe and efficient operation and flow of traffic in and out of the airport. We have some stormwater infrastructure issues, just a couple, an airport wildlife design and a T-hangar design. Quick review of our accomplishments this year. Very proud of our team and appreciative from our FAA partners. We were competitive. We competed against a lot of other airports in Florida and actually won this 100% $600,000 FAA-funded rehabilitation of our control tower, which was 20 years old, addressed a lot of the structural envelope problems that we were concerned about when it comes to leaks and the catwalk and windows, and very excited that is complete. Another one was our T-hangar rehabilitation. That was FDOT, 80% funded to address corrosion, about a 22-year-old building. That is important work, like I was mentioning before, because T-hangars, it's a lot of ways, that's one of the ways that the airport makes revenue. And so to protect that revenue generating space is important. We also have a newly constructed taxiway. It was 98% funded between FDOT and FAA, $3.5 million. That is wrapping up. We are putting this week, weather permitting. We haven't not been able to due to the wind, but we were planning to put the final striping on the majority of that taxiway this week. So the airport remains a strong economic engine for the city, with new land development opportunities becoming available in the very near future. I know that's something that has been important and something that we've discussed, and that is in the works. And we're looking forward to putting the final touches on that when we, with our new economic development director, when he or she joins the team. I appreciate the collaboration with all the city departments this year. I don't think there's a city department that we don't work with. Police, fire, maintenance ops, finance, the city engineer, clerk's office. I think how well we work together just speaks to how well we can deliver service to our community. I want to end on just saying a special thank you to Khalid, as I know this is one of your last meetings. I don't know who is aware, but Khalid, one of his first projects as an engineer was designing one of the hangars that we have that's still in use at the airport. And it's been a good building all these years through summer storms, hurricanes. And so, Khalid, you've left your mark on so many of us through your counsel, your guidance, wisdom, and here at the airport, we actually have a physical reminder of your legacy and your hard work. So thank you, and we wish you, from all of us at the airport team, we wish you the very best in this next chapter of your life. And with that, I will take questions.
Thanks, Arvin. Appreciate that. I'll start with Commissioner Perrine.
Thank you, Arvin. Can you elaborate a little bit on where we are with your department to economic development? You said you wanted to put some money into some evaluations of where we can go with that, but I'm really always been interested in this in the last 2 years. You and I have discussed multiple times on room for growth and revenues and that with what we have now.
So we are looking forward to, we had, I think, a plan moving forward with, we have an RFP that's coming out very soon for land that's available for development. But we have been holding off a little bit until we have a new director of economic development director. So that's kind of what's holding that up. As far as money being spent, we've held off on that as well until we kind of decide what that new.
Do you guys have plans to work with our economic development board and between the new?
Yes, we have not specific plans. We did come and meet with them when Chris was still here. And so we have some good ideas and we have some good discussions. We're just waiting to kind of see what the new, what our new director is going to bring to the table and help us.
Okay. I line item looked at your items and I don't have anything else.
Very good. Commissioner Martin.
Oh, lovely explanations and appreciated. Just mainly for public consumption, the appropriated fund balance is from the airport fund, right? So I want to make it clear that the airport does not hit the general fund, that you are a self-contained department.
Correct.
Right.
We
Thank
do
you.
however, pay for some services like finance, and there is a line item for that where we're paying for finance services, legal, et cetera. Yep.
If you're paying for it, you're still self-contained.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Harden.
No questions.
Really good. Excellent, Arvin. I would up the throttles on your economic. You are the economic gem out there, and so yes, we have an amazing new economic development director. Yes, we have a new amazing city manager. But let us take haste and changing the ratio of our ad valorem tax base from residents to business, and you would be a big place to make a big chunk. So please, with some speed and maybe some key performance indicators next time you come for how that's going in that direction. Entrepreneurial spirit for sure at your place, okay?
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other follow-up? City Manager, anything from you?
Just to, I guess one of the biggest issue at the airport is noise. And as you know, tomorrow there's a public meeting regarding the noise study that we've done. This is the second noise study that the airport has done. And since Arvin joined the airport, he has been working tirelessly with EPIC in order to reduce and improve some of the noise issue that we have. They, with the effort of Arvin and EPIC, they have hired a noise compliance officer at EPIC. EPIC is the most users out of the airport. So, and they have the monthly meetings that they conduct. Our assistant city manager attend the meeting along with Arvin and his staff. So, just want to thank him for his efforts, because really have made some significant improvements in terms of the noise distribution and so forth. It's very difficult to cut it completely. Because the minute that you divert it from one section, it goes to the other section. So, but anyway, just thanks, Arvin, for you and your staff on the efforts that you have made.
Thank you. Thank you.
And keep those grants coming.
Yes, sir.
Excellent. All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, so now we're on to administrative. That'd be the commission, the city manager, city attorney, city clerk, finance, HR, and economic development. Shalisa's probably leading that. Very good.
Good afternoon.
Shaliza.
Yeah. So, okay, administrative services, like you said, consists of commission, manager, city attorney, city clerk, finance, business and economic development, and human resources. For the most part, this hasn't changed. We are asking for half of a position for human resources, which we were able to fund so far. But everybody else is pretty much status quo. For the city commission, we were able to add in the things that were asked, the travel, the seminar, the dinners, the additional funding for those. For the city manager office, the PIO officer asked for a few things which we were able to also fund in here. The city attorney's office didn't have anything additional this year. The city clerk's office was asking for these items as well, which so far we've been able to fund. Finance, we're not asking for anything additional. Business and economic development, they had asked for an additional personnel, an administrative person. And I kind of took a bit of what Chris had originally put, and this is why his, what he was thinking at that point in time of his reasonings for it. To have an additional body just to be able to help assist with administrative type activities, to help with the events that they're having, and to not have to ask for volunteers from other departments and taking away that them from their original job. Human resources, like I said,
Hold on,
sorry.
just go back to that one. Obviously, we know that we have a new economic development director. So even though this is unfunded, but I wanted to evaluate and assess the economic development / CRA department and then come up with recommendation for us. And either we could adjust mid-year or adjust next year. But at this point, this position is unfunded.
Okay. Human resources, like I said, we were able to fund the half position. However, I think last month, Heather came to me and said that this unfunded request for training, we do not have that included in there right now. And it's something that she had done this year. They had done this year and tested it out this year, and the directors and whoever attended thought it was a good training tool for the rest of the city staff. Then also we came back to this slide. So you had asked for a comparison of these positions that were unfunded, the salary increases that were unfunded. So this kind of basically shows at least 3 other cities, what their salary ranges are, what they're projecting to be. So far, this is the information we've been able to get from them. And this is just showing where it's at on an average.
I'll notice in the detail, any one of the details where we have a department and it will say salary, and then there's just all the other increment, overtime, this health insurance, that insurance. By the time we get to the end of that, it's roughly twice what the original salary only number is, and that is exclusive of equipment, vehicles.
Now, this is
housing.
already, most of these are already filled positions.
No, I understand, but once again, different cities give different benefits.
Yes, that I do agree
So
with.
it's not an apples to oranges.
No, so we're
comparison.
only comparing salaries. We're not comparing their benefits, as far as I'm aware.
Which obfuscates the entire issue. It's not operating with full information and comparable information. So, that's
Okay,
it.
all right.
Everybody's tired of hearing me say it.
Okay.
No, I think it's not it is the full cost of doing business, and you've been ringing that bell, and that's the right thing to do. We need to know what the end cost is, because that's what the end budget is, so.
Right.
It's not, it's
Yeah,
worthy.
if one of these people gets a higher salary but has to pay all their own medical insurance, the numbers become meaningless.
But I could tell you this from my experience with talking to other cities. I would say the benefits probably on a between 90 to 100%, they're the same. Some cities even, they pay more to the pension.
And that may be the case, but we don't have the data.
I got it.
So we can't make a decision
I'm just
without
giving
the
you
actual
some,
data.
so even if they bring back the benefits for you, you're not going to see that. For example, Edgewater, we had the new development director coming in. They pay 100% for dependents. We pay 50% for dependents. So just to show you the difference between the two. So that's just a minor example.
Continue, ma'am.
That's it. That's all I have.
Okay. Let's go up and down the row here. We'll start with Commissioner Hartman.
Oh. I agree with Commissioner Martin. It's the entire benefit package. Because if New Smyrna's salary is a little less than Ormond's, but we are paying more into their pension plan, or, there's an offset there. So it's got to be the total package to use as a comparison in order to truly get a feel for where we are in the marketplace. And it's, some people, this part of the pie is more important to them than this part of the pie. Some people just want, it's all about the dollars, but I think for us to do a fair determination, we need to have the entire package, across the board so that we can do that fair comparison.
Thank you.
I want
Vice
to
Mayor.
elaborate on that as well. This is why it is so imperative we have a trend analysis, if we can, by city, more than a staff person picking and choosing 3 cities that are lower than us. I would like to see, and it's offered every time we go to the trade shows, it's out there with benchmarking. And we use benchmarking over and over and over in the corporate industry, comparing. And yes, you can have a column with just wage only, but we already know we have more holidays than most cities. That it's not considered. We already know that some of our pension and retirement packages vary, and it is a total compensation. And some things are more important, like child health care for your children to some, and some it's not. So we may attract people because we're better in some areas, but the benchmarking is what's important to me. Now, there are 2 auditing firms that have it, but we don't use it. And James Moore was one that I personally talked to and said, why don't we have benchmarking? He goes, we do, but staff doesn't input the information into that, and a lot of cities don't because of time. Well, there's also another report through benchmarking through the cities, and I'm almost to the stand where this should be mandatory, that all cities do that, and that should come from legislation. Benchmarking is incredibly important. I don't want to see this time 3 cities pulled, and next time 3 different cities pulled to go in that favor. And I'm not saying we're doing that, but when you have benchmarking, you have 50 cities pulled and you have averages. Yes, we're a beach town and it's different, but you can tweak those type of things a little bit. Just like I asked in my last briefing, I would like to see how much dollars of our taxes are related to police. You gave us that, but how does that compare to other cities? If we're 45% of our taxes go to police, what is a benchmarking, not with the 3 close touching cities,
Right.
but for 50 cities around us? What's the average? We don't have anything to base our decisions on without benchmarking. So anyway, we keep saying it in different ways. Commissioner Martin, Commissioner Hartman, the mayor, and I say it. And I think it's in, even when we interviewed Mr. Cowper, that was one of my questions, and every question of every candidate, how much have you used benchmarking and trend analysis in the past? It's really important for us to have that to go forward. So with that, I had that question, but for HR, that half a person for training, can you assign that to your existing staff to do the trainings?
So that person's not scheduled just to do trainings. That person is support for the entire HR department, which in turn is support for the entire city. So we asked for that half a person to be able to provide all the administrative support so that my generalist, my coordinator can focus in on the things that they're doing. So my coordinator is taking over training. She's going to be doing all that. That'll be a major responsibility of hers. She also does all the recruiting for the city. She's taking on the wellness. So we're dividing up the duties much differently than they have in the past.
So with that, I think you said we were able to fund all of the past HR responsibilities to the state without asking for an unfunded request. Now, is this new unfunded or is it funded, this half a person?
The half a person has already been funded.
It's already been funded. You were just bringing that out so we would know what that person's going to be doing?
Yes.
On page 36, there's other contractual, $145,000. Can you let me know what that is?
Sorry.
Right? Page 36, right?
It's under finance.
So as it lists on there, it's for our GFOA filings, it's for our Tyler Munis training, it's for our OPEB, our arbitrary costs, it's for our reporting consultants, and our budgetary and ACFR awards.
And what did we spend this year versus last year on this?
So this year, some of these expenses have not hit yet.
Is there more, Valley?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Commissioner Martin, did you have one?
Well, yeah, I have a couple. One is not particularly specific. I was thrilled to see an email come out, I guess, last week about, pickleball games for employees, health and wellness kinds of things. I was disconcerted to find that these activities were all during working hours. So I really didn't understand why we were setting up 2-hour pickleball games during the working day as opposed to after work or on the weekend. So you talk about benefits, I don't even know how you put a dollar sign on, time out during your work week for
If I
a
may-
pickleball game. And so the other question I have, and this is a general one, like I noticed phone chargers are Suncom. How many different phone company suppliers and cell phone suppliers or cell service suppliers do we have? I would have thought that we would have one consolidated provider with a cost allocated. So do we, or am I, is Suncom, I just didn't notice Suncom before. Is Suncom taking care of the whole city?
We have different providers. Suncom is for the landlines.
So all landlines go through Suncom? And are all cell phones through one provider?
I'm not sure about, I don't think I think it's
I
multiple
think
ones.
they're all, the cell phone, they're all one provider. I think we have a couple of phones that we use during emergencies because
Okay.
the last hurricane,
You'd always want a separate provider
we
for
have, so, but
emergencies.
the majority of them is one provider. Right
Yeah.
now, I think it's Verizon that we use.
I just want to make sure that we are negotiating prices
We do.
based on the city volume. Thank
We
you.
do. You're welcome.
Very good. Sir?
Okay, going back, page 21, we have a promotion line item of $10,000 for the PIO. What was that last year? And what would that encompass?
Do you have enough of your City of New Smyrna Beach pens,
That's the media.
carrying bags?
That's his like Facebook ads, his
Media promotion.
media promotions, basically.
Okay. What did we spend last year?
So far, we've spent $800.
Of the what was budgeted? Just really to-
10,000.
10,000 and 10,000 again for next year, and year-to-date, 800, okay.
Yeah, it seems excessive, and especially when Heather needs $25,000 for a training program, which I think is beneficial to all employees, so I just hope we take a better look at that going forward.
Did you get a number for the
So
145?
the other one is 47,000, but we still haven't done the budget book. We still haven't done finished the ACFR, which you'll get next week.
What was the second?
The annual report.
So that's $100,000 for that?
No, I want to say we probably have another 40 to pay for them, for the auditors.
So we should need 145,000 then, correct?
For
Because
next
that's
year.
only like 90. It looks like you're adding another 45,000 in for that.
For next year. Yeah. At this point in time, I don't have current numbers, so.
And back.
Plus, I don't know what our other auditors are going to be charging us at this point in time, too, so.
So on that half a person again that we've been funding, when did that half a person position get approved in HR?
So it's not approved yet. It's in the current budget as a new position.
But that person hasn't been hired.
No, no, she's here as a part-time. It's just taking a part-time, putting it into a full-time position.
So we have not approved that yet. That's going to be in.
It's in the funded,
Correct.
in the proposed budget, so you haven't approved the budget yet.
It's part of next year.
Correct.
You
Should
know how
this
we
be
have
approved?
funded and unfunded items in
Yeah,
the
yeah.
budgets? So the half position is in the funded, in the proposed budget, but you haven't approved the budget.
Does this person as a part-time get benefits then?
No.
And they will get benefits
Yes.
when you approve that. Have you looked in, if you're putting the trainings and stuff, have you looked at just hiring another part-time person?
No, I have
So we
not.
don't pay benefits?
I have not, and the reason for that is keeping my current staff with what we're working on, what we're doing, the consistency of one person handling that. That person who is part-time right now has become our face of HR, so she's handling all the initial things coming in. I would prefer to keep that consistent for our employees instead of having multiple people. Our employees have a hard enough time figuring out who they need to go to in HR and what gets done, so keeping that consistent is what I would prefer. And having someone that I already know and trust, I would prefer to keep that as, for consistency's sake also.
Okay, any other questions?
Yes,
Yes, sir?
Page 30, for area dinners, you've only budgeted $200. Is that really enough? I mean, that seems kind of low as compared to other departments. Page 30.
30.
This wasn't my doing, so it's what he thought at that point in time.
Okay.
Sorry.
Who's he?
This is under business and economic development.
Yeah, that does, it
Yeah, but
seems,
yeah, you have a new director coming in, and, you know, she's gonna need to get out and
crank it up.
crank it up, so you may need to look at that going forward.
Some of these line items that we've actually gone in and looked and we're not even near using the money, I think that's some upsides that we could tweak a little bit. We've had several all day today.
Very
We could
good.
use the rest of the 10,000 from the promotional money to help pay for the dinners.
There you go. Could be. All right, so I had a couple, Heather, and I'm glad you're,
I would.
oh, you're, oh, I'm
Yeah, I still
thinking
have
you're
one more,
finished.
Sorry.
So sorry.
So for us, we have, is that ours? No, that's somebody else. Yeah. So we have the additional 10,000 we talked about, but then we have our discretionary fund of 10,000 plus 2,000 for the
It's not a 10,000 plus 2,000.
state of the
It's-
city, right?
No, you only have the 10,000 discretionary.
Well, there was also 2,000 for state of the city.
I was asked to put that in there, the 2,000, so I could keep better track of it because it was spread across the city departments, such as renting things out like plants and stuff like that. I figured I could go ahead and do that in our department.
Well,
That was,
yeah. What's the question? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Well, I don't know if maybe we should reduce our own discretionary fund in order to pay for staff training or some of these other items that were needed. And, you know, what did we spend last year on the State of the City event? So,
Well, we have a couple of events that we have used the funds for, number one. Number two, that some of you have sponsored some organizations, some events, so it becomes available if you need it.
right, yes.
So, you know, we have sponsored the First Step Shelter. We have sponsored, I think, the Historic Society. We have sponsored some other, you know,
The rotary fishing, yes.
yeah. So, I mean, it's there for you to use. I mean, it's not $10,000. It's not really on $140 million. It's not really that much, so.
No, but when you have an unfunded 25,000 for employee training for workplace harassment or something like that, I think that certainly should take priority over those issues. So it just,
So last year in this account, and it was budgeted at 12,000 last year, only 5,200 was used. This year, we're at 3,600,
okay,
and it's budgeted at 10.
okay. So,
You could reduce that. I mean, don't take it out completely, but.
no, absolutely not, but I mean, Heather had the one $25,000 training program that was unfunded, and certainly, you know, that could be looked at as a thing, because I don't want to get into trouble where we're not providing employees with enough training to keep us out of litigation at some point in the future. You know, so
I think it's well taken.
it's just a point to look at for consideration.
On all the wide scope of the budget, there will be a place to find $25,000 to do that essential training.
We will.
I think
We
that's
will.
the point he's trying to make.
You know, there's a sort of a trend happening here where if we know what we budgeted for this year versus what's been spent to this point versus what's being asked for next, just a simple set of columns, there's certain judgments that can be made. Oh, we budgeted $10,000 last year and spent $10. Well, maybe we need to change the funding for this year. You know, and vice versa. We budgeted $10,000 last year and spent $100,000. Maybe we need to relook at how we're budgeting that particular item.
having worked in that environment and been responsible for that type of thing, I totally disagree with you, because I can be conservative throughout the year, not to go over budget, but then at the end of the year, finance tells me, well, you have an additional $10,000 that you haven't spent for EMS supplies. I'm going to spend it before the end
I
of the
can
year.
assure you.
because I know they're.
My
so-
daughter went through college based on me doing end-of-year purchase orders.
Yeah, so,
Help them spend every penny, but
Right.
nevertheless, we're not at the end of the year. We have another couple of months, and perhaps we do it mid-year, just a trend analysis to understand where our money is being appropriately allocated.
We will find the $25,000 somehow.
course you will.
We'll cut the 10,000, make it $25, and we'll make it work.
Is there more?
That's it, I'm
Anything?
done.
Okay, very good. Heather, when we were talking about the raises, and Khalid was imploring us to do those raises that he had set up, and we hired the new economic development director at a rate that was going to be controversial and too close to some of our more senior directors. Have we kind of gone through, and I think I asked, I said, hey, I'd like to know what over the past 5 years or so, how much annually has that salary been increased? Do you remember any of that? We talked about, hey, for those positions, have they been getting a 10% bump a year or a COLA only a year over the last several years?
We did that, Mayor.
Okay, I just
don't know if
may
we
not
able
have
to
seen
put
it.
on I know she sent it this morning.
And is that buried in here somewhere and I just haven't found it, Colin?
No, this is, it was sent this morning, so let me see if I could find my sheet and I could share it with you.
But it rolls up as part of this budget that you have in front of us.
Yeah, it would roll as
And
part
so
of this budget.
that's the point, and I think it'd be fair for us to at least examine, Commissioner Perrine has often said, let us make sure we understand each item before we go after it. And we do not want to short our people, we want to attract the best people. And so if we have if we have a new hire who has now, by compression or whatever, we have a new standard, and we are going to cause friction with a bunch of existing directors, we may have to do something. By the same token, how rich has that package been for the last 5 years, 6 years, whatever?
And we did it for 5 years, so there's a comparison here, so I'll have Heather make some
Thanks.
copy, give it to
Okay.
you right now.
Whenever.
I mean, you could take it with you, so.
Whenever. And I'm sure everybody on the dais would like to know. Very good. All right. Any other questions for Shalisa, who is the batter for the entire organization? Okay, very good. All right, let's go one more. Let's get leisure services under our belt. See Director Salazar, so excited to get up here.
should we take a break?
If you'd like, you want a break or do you want to keep going?
We can keep going if you want.
I'm ready to keep going.
We didn't discuss economic development metrics, which we had to pass we wanted.
Oh, yeah, I knew. I was just trying to push.
Yeah.
Also, Mayor, going back to the other one, the charter officers, the raises that they get, it has to go through the commission. So the city attorney, there wasn't any increase besides the 3% in the budget for her.
Will we be getting the 5-year salary list that I asked for? Remember, I asked for trend on number of employees of the city as well as the 5-year salary trend. Thank you.
But that's only for the positions, not for everybody. That was for the positions that we asked for the increase in salary.
Yeah, but I think it would be appropriate to have the charter officers included in that.
We did not include the charter officers. The one that we include, only the one that they were on unfunded, and that's what you asked for.
I understand that that's what you understood that I wanted, and I wanted a more global, but it's okay. Anybody but the 3% or the cost of living is what I was really looking for.
So given that comment, I have a question for legal. Could we adjust those, or do we have to amend the contract in order to do that? Or if there's contract language that says plus any,
So the way the contracts read now is they're all tied to whatever the employees get. Then they're written differently, so some of them, you review their salary, like mine is every 3 years. I'm not sure what the other two are off the top of my head, but you guys are supposed to take a look at it and review it and decide, you know. But you wouldn't have to revise the contract language if you wanted to give something.
okay. Could I ask that you review those 3 contracts and let us know where we are in that process?
Sure.
Thanks.
Good. I think that's what Lisa was asking for anyway. All right, Rob, batter up.
Okay.
Welcome, glad you're here.
Well, thanks for having me. Thank you for the opportunity, Commission and Mayor and city managers.
Rob,
Today,
you need to be up here on the podium. You do so well when
I'm up there so often, I wanted to mix it up. So today will come from the table.
Change your luck.
Yeah, see how it goes. Quick overview of leisure services on what I'll be discussing this afternoon. My PowerPoint is a little different. I tweaked a couple slides pre-meeting, just FYI, so if you've got it in front of you, it might be just slightly different. Leisure services encapsulates Babe James Community Center, City Gym, Live Oak Cultural Center, Coronado Civic Center, Department Operations, Special Events, Skate Park, hard courts for pickleball and tennis, along with our other budgets of the Brand Center, Sports Complex, Golf Course, and City Marina. I'm going to jump right into it. It's kind of a no-frills presentation, just being very honest with you. The leisure services budget, you'll see a 8% increase in operating, and I tried to draw out why the changes were made to each budget. So when you guys have specific line item questions, my goal is to already have hit on those questions during the slides. So the big changes to leisure services this year, we added the skate park to the operating budget. I have $41,000 allocated in the operating budget for leisure to the skate park. And then we have $77,000 added to our repair and maintenance line for Babe James Community Center and City Gym improvements for flooring and restroom renovations. So add those two up, $128K is that 8% jump you're seeing in the leisure budget. Sports complex, our second budget. You'll see a 29% jump, and I figured you guys might have questions about that, so I wanted to address that up front. This year, with the help of the assistant city manager, we've put together a plan for funding for our LED light conversion at the sports complex, and part of that plan is hiring a firm to do the fundraising and soliciting for the naming rights and sponsorship opportunities that would fund the light conversion. The light conversion price tag is about $1.6 million for the entirety of the complex. We're allocating $110,000 to pay for a firm to solicit the naming rights and partnerships to raise that money where no money would come from the general fund to fund the lights that wasn't raised by the firm. So once we raise the $1 million by the firm, we would leverage that $1 million to get a $600,000 ECHO grant from the county. That's the plan to address the lights at the complex. Some other slight tweaks and additions to the sports complex budget this year. We've added some funding for sports camp and a few other projects we have going on with a restroom remodel for the soccer and softball restrooms, painting the interior of our office buildings, and adding some portable air conditioning units to our visitors' locker room. Previously, we had a capital project on the books a few years back to add AC to the visitors' locker room. At the time, this was probably back in '22, we were quoting $60,000 for that project. I've revisited that with staff, and we've found an opportunity to get that done for about 14. So as an alternative to 60, we thought 14 would be more palatable. And then finally, I want to touch on this. This will be a state statute that you may hear of. Carrie, I'm not sure if you've heard of this already. This year, the state is mandating all youth volunteer sports coaches be able to pass a level 2 background check to be eligible to coach. We've had some issues in the past with the organizations who partner with us, like Pop Warner and Southeast Volusia Soccer Club, being in compliance with those regulations. So the system we're implementing, and my team at the sports complex and at Babe James in the department have been working with the community to funnel the background checks through us. So the city is basically getting a listing of coaches. Then we contact Mac Data. We tell Mac Data they're with the city. Mac Data is the agency that runs the background checks for us. And that way we are able to get the results back to ensure compliance with the statute, in lieu of putting it on the organization to where we may not have the full picture and get that accurate reporting back from them. So that's that 15,000. That's an increase from fiscal '24. Brandon Center, everyone's favorite building. We are proposing to increase and project a revenue increase of $345,000 for fiscal '25. This year, we're going to go over $300,000 for the first time in revenue generation at the building. We've also made some tweaks to the fiscal '25 budget. One of the big changes you'll see in professional services, I increased that line, and in what professional services is, that's the funding source for when we're scheduling for events, when we need to get talent or concerts or any expenses that are related to the events we're putting on. So one of the signature events that the city hosts is Art Fiesta, and our former assistant director, Kimla, she was the lead on Art Fiesta for years and years and years. And part of the change with Kimla departing and our new assistant director, Michelle, coming in, we reassigned Art Fiesta to Jonah and the Brandon Center team to host at Riverside Park. And this year, we're going to be incorporating the center more to the event. So we've put the funding for the event at the Brandon Center. The revenue will also be going through the Brandon Center moving forward. So that's just a tweak to the model, just FYI for when you see the figures. Additionally, we're fine-tuning the event schedule at the center to maximize the ROI on the budget. I've had some feedback over the last 2 years from a variety of sources about the schedule of events that we host. We're going to pare that down and really maximize our events, do away with some of the lesser attended events or tweak them to where it's more of a signature event lineup. So you're going to see probably a limited lineup of events from us, but the events you do see should be sold out, really high quality. That's really the model we're trying to tailor it to. We had 2 years of a sample size to see what worked and didn't work well. So now I'm really going to be kind of pressing the issue to make sure any event we're hosting is going to be in the black and of the best quality. And then finally, on the Brandon Center, I've increased the repair and maintenance budget of the building by $13,000. The past 2 years, in '23, the budget was $15,000. In this current fiscal '24, it was $19,000. I'm proposing a $32,000 budget for fiscal '25 due to the continuing need to transfer money to that line year over year. As you know, the building's aging. It's now 8 years old. We've got the air walls that are in constant need of repair. The lighting is a very unique vendor that is defunct now, so getting lighting in the building is a challenge. AV issues constantly. Just having that extra money already allocated, as you guys are talking about, some lines are overfunded, some lines are underfunded. This is one of the underfunded lines that I've found historically, so that's why I've put the additional funding for the repair and maintenance at the Brandon. Golf course, I'm going to jump over this one to go to the next one. The highlights at the golf course you'll see for fiscal 25, we are projecting revenue for fiscal 24 to be approximately $200,000 of net revenue generation, assuming we don't have a disastrous August and September, no hurricanes, knock on wood, and we're able to be open as we plan. We'll be around $200,000 in the black. There's an approximate 9% increase in operating between the maintenance budget at the golf course due to the cost of supplies, sand, clay, chemicals, things along those lines. The market has gone up substantially, and price points have been driven up. I think there was a slide from an earlier presentation where it showed $1 2 or 3 years ago was now $1.22, and that's why these figures are jumping up at the course. We've also increased the rental rate on the monthly lease at the restaurant, which was just approved recently by the commission. So that increase will generate about $10,000 more annually for revenue through the course. Finally, for the course, we are proposing a new pump house to replace the aging pump house at the course and 5 pieces of capital equipment. The pump house is a 2003, it's a system from 2003, and the vendor is now out of business, so getting replacement parts and work done on that is quite a challenge. Kevin from Maintenance Ops has worked with us to come up with a plan and gain quotes and information and find the best options. And at this time, replacing it is where we need to go. And additionally, the 5 pieces of equipment will be about $146,000. We originally had proposed 11 pieces of equipment for replacement, and we've pruned it down to 5 of the most critical need. And I'll go into that in priority order towards the end. City Marina, as you guys know, the Marina is an enterprise fund. We are currently underway with our large-scale dock repair project in this fiscal year, targeting to have that done by the close of September. So hopefully by the end of fiscal 24, that will be closed out. We added approximately $18,000 to the budget for fiscal 25 for cleaning the piles. This is a preventative maintenance measure, so that's really the only big item we added to the Marina operating budget. That should be done on an annual basis based off what industry standards call for. So that's why that's in there. This current fiscal, we increased transient rates, or we restructured transient rates at the Marina to eliminate some loopholes where boats were getting a free day, like basically every week. You paid for 6 days, you get your 7th day free. So we improved that process this current fiscal, and at the fiscal year going into 25, the transient rates will increase by CPI or 3%, whichever is going to be greater. And then for fiscal 26, under the current resolution that adopted the current transient rates, it calls for a review of the rates for both annual leases and transient rates for October 1 of 25. So I'll have an updated model going into fiscal 26, and obviously that will work through the commission for approval and adoption moving forward. Capital equipment, quick this is the funded list, exclusively the funded list. So this is in the budget as of right now for fiscal '25. 2 pieces of equipment at the sports complex, a lightning detector. Current model is 2012 with an estimated lifespan of 7 years. So we're 5 years past the lifespan of the lightning detector. And a reel mower, that's a 2004, so a 20-year-old mower. Time for replacement. We've been nursing that one along. That was requested previously last fiscal and is again in the budget this year. And then the 5 pieces of equipment at the golf course, all are 2018, 2006, 2011, 2015, 2008. So some aged equipment. Like I said previously, we've worked with Kevin in maintenance operations to come up with this listing and have gone off priority order. I had a list of 26 capital items, either projects or pieces of equipment. And the commission, so far, we've got 9 out of the top 10 on the funded list. So we're moving along to get the priority things taken care of. And then there's a couple pieces of the equipment that we're replacing that you can see are in not great condition, and the other items are in similar condition as well from the golf course. A couple capital projects that I wanted to just provide updates on and explain what we've got. Currently, we've got funding for Page Park Pickleball Complex. In this fiscal year for $500,000, we're working with Mead and Hunt to finish up the design on that with 100% deliverable due by August 16th. I'm proposing a $150,000 phase 2 to come online in fiscal '25 with funding, and what that phase 2 will call for is approximately $75K for lights and $75,000 for a restroom trailer. So that would bring the total for the project up to $650. The next project is our skate park expansion and improvements project, which we are currently working with a design firm. It will be on the August 13th agenda for your approval to move forward. It's 50% reimbursable through the county's Eco Grant program, which is already approved. And we're targeting getting construction underway on that project in October. I touched on the Marina dock repair previously. That's got a few items that have arisen from since the assessment was previously done by Taylor Engineering that will call for some minor change orders. And I've been working with Alan, our capital projects manager, our director, and our assistant city manager to work through those change orders and get those projects done. That should be completed by the end of the fiscal year. For new projects, Coronado Civic Center, we have currently funded $300,000 for improvements to Coronado. I have a listing on one of the next slides that kind of gives you an a la carte list of how we got to or what's included in that $300,000. So we'll touch on that. And then the golf course pump house, I touched on that previously. And then the sports complex LED lights as well. So for Coronado, the Parks Master Plan, which was adopted in early 2022, called for the center needing extensive renovation or replacement. So what I was tasked to do in conjunction with David Ray from our maintenance ops director, we put together a plan, got quotes on pricing for this listing of new components for the building, priced this total out at $300,000. So this, with your approval, will be our plan of attack to make some improvements to the center for fiscal '25. And then again, the golf course pump house, like I said previously, a 2003 system. The system is now obsolete, company out of business. The skid that pumps is collapsing into the well. The well is beginning to fail. It's an aging system, it's time. This was number one on my priority listing for all my divisions on the proposal. And then a little more detail about the sports complex lights in the Parks Master Plan I mentioned previously. This was recommended. I've quoted this from 2 different vendors, from NGU Lighting and Musco, about $1.6 million for the project. I'm working with Ron, our assistant city manager, on our naming rights program, funding with the firm who would be soliciting the sponsorship dollars, where no money would be spent on this project that was not fundraised for from the firm. We would also pursue the ECHO grant from the county, a maximum grant value of $600,000 for any grant that's deemed a regular grant. There's also exceptional grants which go over that. But this past cycle, when we were going for the grant for the skate park, the county was very supportive through the ECHO process for the city of Ormond Beach's LED light conversion. And I'm sure if we brought this to them with our version of our LED conversion, we would be able to get that same support. Unfunded personnel, I had requested a administrative specialist for leisure services. That was about $57,000. That's on the unfunded list, not in the budget, to be clear. This is the unfunded capital projects or capital equipment listing in priority order. You'll see the overall priority listed on the left. The division of the department it falls under, the estimated cost, and the replacement value. This was one of the slides I added based off hearing the comments from the maintenance ops proposal earlier this morning, so I went back and added this, and I can get you guys a copy of this as well further if you don't already have one. So with that, I will open it up to any questions from the commission.
Thank you so much, Rob. Well done, and we'll kick off with Commissioner Perrine.
Hi, Rob. So your 1.5 change for the skate park, who do you have overseeing that now? Because I know it's open and running.
Yes, there's no new additional positions being requested. The FTEs you're seeing were proposed from the beginning of 24, and we've already gotten those positions in fiscal 24. So there's nothing new coming.
So that's not unfunded, and that's already
It's
in the
funded
budget
and already happening.
Okay. So let's go to the golf page,
Okay.
if you would. Go back to that.
This one?
Go to there, boom. Golf course projects approximately 200,000 net revenue. But then you state that there's a 9% increase in operating. So going from 1% to dollars, I don't know if that 200,000
Sure.
net is after the 9% increase in operating budget?
Sure. So the 200,000 in projected revenue is for this current fiscal, and the 9% I'm showing as an expected increase in operating budget for fiscal 25 based off what's in the funded budget currently. So right here, you can see the 9% under golf course maintenance in operating expenses under percentage change fiscal 24-25. That's the 9% I'm referencing.
Does the revenue jump in relation so that we're going to have a net profit as well? Because you comment about the 9% and then you're commenting about the 200,000. So I need you to kind of.
So they're two separate, they're related but not related at the same time. So the cost of doing business is going up. That's the 9% in maintenance, chemicals, turf, sand, clay, etc. The revenue generated from the course, I'm talking revenue minus expense from the admin budget and the maintenance budget, altogether rolled up in fiscal '24, when we're out the door, should be plus 200.
That's
Great. You answered that well. Thank you. I have a lot of questions with the line item stuff. On page 116, special events, I get confused when I get all these phone calls from citizens concerning Live Oak, concerning Bay James. If I were to say about the number of phone calls I personally get on a weekend, it's a toss-up between leisure services, Live Oak, and issues with mostly that. Believe it or not, that's a big thing. So if you look at this, there's all kinds of seasonal decorations, and we've got summer concert series, fall festival, and it's $252,000 for all of that. But then you have all of these small expenses you want that's not funded. I'm having a hard time understanding why some of that, like where are we this year in that category and what did we spend? And can't we shave off some of that and not spend $5,000 for senior games when they barely pay us anything annually? Can't they pay for their own senior games? So I'm just questioning, like, you've got a whole laundry list of things you want, but then we have this huge budget for $252,000 a year.
Sure.
I don't understand that.
Yeah, so that line, I'm actually reducing by $15,000 this, from fiscal '24 to fiscal '25. So we went into fiscal '24 with a line item of 267 on that line. That line funds any special event that the city hosts that my department puts on. So, I mean, there's, $75,000 for 4th of July fireworks. There's, you named a lot of the events already, Valley. But sure, we can trim it up if that's the desire. I probably wouldn't trim it from there. Honestly, I'd probably trim elsewhere if I was going to, but that's not necessarily like Live Oak Cultural Center events or rentals for, third-party private. I'm having a birthday party at the center or stuff like that. That line specifically is the special events that the city runs. So,
What did we actually spend this year and last year in that category? Because that is a huge
it's
amount
going
of
to
money.
be near 100%.
Wow. I mean, I think about fireworks. I just came from a city that had almost 100% donations. That's $75,000 would pretty much hire a staff every year that we're paying. And I'm not picking on fireworks. I'm just saying there's a lot of things that we can do. And go ahead.
So last year was 240,000. This year we're at 240,000. Last year was budgeted at 258. This year we're budgeted at 269.
Well, you don't have sand in your budget. You spend it. Okay, so on down, you've got shuffleboard supplies at $2,500, and I think they only pay like $20 a year for membership, and we pay for their supplies. I really don't understand that.
Yeah, so they pay approximately $2,000. I don't know if I'm talking to the mic. About $2,000 to us. We buy the materials for the courts. There's like it's like a sand glass, a glass type sand you put on the courts to keep them slick. So we purchase that as well.
Doesn't the shuffleboard club give X% of each membership fee back to the city?
That's the $2,000 I'm referencing.
So they give us 2,000.
Yes, ma'am.
And we spend 2,500.
Yes.
So before we fund 300,000 or whatever that was for Coronado, we haven't looked at the revenues for that. And a lot of my calls have been because they've had to go to Coronado because Live Oak has been closed. You know, the call I just had. So help me with this. I can't wrap my head around how we can not require Coronado to break even, but we're requiring Brandon, how we can require Live Oak to be closed and not break even and not look at those fees, but then we're going to dump more money into these things. I know they're neglected, but before I see a business plan saying what this is going to do in fees to offset it, you know, now we're getting ready to approve another women's club thing that's going to compete with us. It just, all of this boggles my mind that it's even needed when these people are calling me saying that Live Oak is closed, it's not being utilized, Coronado's not being fully utilized, and we're keeping them so we have them, but we're not using them. So help
Sure.
me with all this.
So I think I want to clarify on Live Oak, on the Live Oak location. So there's Live Oak Cultural Center, and then there's City Gym. They're two different buildings. They're at the same place, but it's two different buildings. The Council on Aging for Volusia County operates Live Oak Cultural Center Monday through Friday until 4 p.m. My department gets the building after 4 p.m. during the week and Saturday and Sunday. So those are the rentals, that's the rental opportunity or the programming opportunity for my department to use Live Oak. So evenings and weekends. At City Gym, we have one staff member allocated to that building currently. Our athletics coordinator mans the facility, and I've been working on a plan to put a second staff member at the building in order to extend operating hours of the building to accommodate more evening recreational activities, including evening pickleball, exercise classes, open gym basketball, stuff like that. So the vision is to have the building open from 9 to 7 or 8 p.m. We'll have one staff come in the morning, second staff come on midday, and take it to close. So with that staffing plan we're looking at rolling out in September, we'll be able to accommodate more hours at the gym, not Live Oak. It's the same footprint, but they're two different places. And that should be able to alleviate some of those concerns, like especially the issue we just had recently.
Rob, let me just, I might jump in here. I think the calls that you received that it was closed, was that during the time that we had the mold?
No.
No?
So here's the thing, all of that wrapped up, how's it look on paper? Because I don't really want to get into details what's close. I know I get those calls from citizens because they do whatever. But what it looks like on paper is my concern. I don't want to approve $300,000 for a building that we don't have a future business plan for, and we can't keep it filled. And I'm still not seeing that. Look how long we've been looking at Brandon and trying to get a break even on that. And it does look like you have labor in that now, correct?
At Coronado?
Brandon, do you have the labor in your
Yes.
your net?
Yes.
And you gave us a 200,000 profit on golf. What is it going to be with Brandon net with the labor?
Roughly in the red, 3 to 350.
And then what about Live Oak?
Live Oak operates with a true operating cost of about $75,000 annually. I'll generate, if I'm open all year, I'll probably generate about 30.
Including labor, 30 in the red for
Yes.
Live Oak. And how about Coronado, even with putting that 300 grand in it?
Coronado will generate roughly 20 to 25,000.
In the red, or
No,
profit?
that's profit. I'm talking revenue. So they'll generate about 20 to 25 in revenue, and then we'd have to subtract whatever expense would be, which, not counting this 300,000, would be around 20 to 25 as well. So Coronado's relatively flat. in relation to
I
expense
notice
revenue.
it's flat now because we haven't put any money in
Correct.
it. We don't.
So,
Yeah, it
that's-
needs it, but we're gonna have to raise the prices on it if we put money in it.
Sure.
And that's what I would like to see. Here's our business plan. I'll vote to throw 300,000 in it if we have a good break even, at least your break even on that one. But if we put money into it, how do we get that 300,000 back that we put into it?
Understand. Right now, Coronado is our lowest priced facility. It rents at $25 an hour. It's unmanned during your rental. So you pick up a key from staff at the Brand Center and you return your key when your rental's complete. So just for reference, so.
Okay, and then with the differences with the equipment that we're buying, the shuffleboard supplies, the pickleball tennis equipment, 6,000, it just seems like we're not consistent. And let me ask you, are we consistent with the way we handle these between tennis, pickleball, shuffleboard? Because I get those complaints.
I get those complaints too. And I try to be as consistent and fair to all user groups and not play favorites, despite some groups being louder than others. So in reference to, I think there's a line in here that calls for, I think it's my other operating or something along those lines. There's like 30,000 on the line with a 5,000, 6,000, 4,000 breakdown of specific items. We have expenses that arise for the different groups that not all equipment costs the same. Not all equipment is in demand as much as others. So having that itemized list, it's an estimation. You know, I don't know if it's going to be that exact for each of them, but that total also rolls up on that line to 30. So collectively, I would anticipate to use 30 from whichever user groups have that necessity from that line.
We have about $500,000 in the red we're going to have this year net, just from the things you spoke of, Brandon, Live Oak, Coronado. I jotted them down quickly. And we've raised the fees on them already, but we're still 500,000 shortfall. And you can see we have up here that we have those special interest overrides that keep hitting us. And how do we fix all of this?
Sure. So I've been working on a updated pricing model and guidelines. We've done some benchmarking with other local municipalities who have similar venues, waterfront venues in Central Florida, not necessarily Volusia County, because Brand Center is kind of unique to Volusia County. We've polled 4 other municipalities with that, and I have that presentation coming to you in September probably, once I'm able to get Kevin's eyes on it, workshop with him. I've been working with Ron and my leisure staff to put that together. Comparable facilities, city-owned facilities, do not operate in the black consistently, similar to the Brand Center. I'm not saying it can't be done, but based off the information we found, we've got operating budgets, number of reservations, fee schedules, staffing models. So you'll see all that information when we bring it forward. But that's in the queue to present to you as well.
So the city marina, the revenues only went up, I think, 1%. Is that because we were late in the game this year? Or are you gonna see a lot? What's your net on the marina? I didn't ask that. Projected.
I know we've got 100% occupancy in our annual leases, and our transient traffic is significantly higher than it was last year. I don't know the net offhand. I can tell you, but I don't have that figure offhand.
Okay, that would be great if you could get that. I'm done picking on you. Thank you.
No problem.
Commissioner Martin?
Well, you know, I'm going to leap to the defense of the Coronado Civic
I know,
Center.
it's yin and yang up
You
there.
can feel it coming, right? First of all, by the way, Rob, if you're only getting 2,000 from the shuffleboard club, I think they owe you more money. I don't remember the exact, I think they said they have over 300 members and,
Their membership is about 160.
well, according to them, just so you know,
That's what they told me, so they could have told you something different.
and that could explain the $2,000, didn't it, right? So there may need to be a discussion about that. I certainly think that they should certainly pay for their own supplies at minimum. But on the other side, on Coronado Civic Center, it is the only affordable venue in town. And it's always sort of like you want to be real careful when you book it because there may or may not be parking. But the condition of it is such that to compare it to any other venue is ridiculous. It's an empty room. It's it's not a kitchen that you actually do anything in. And functionally, it's an empty room where you set up your own tables and chairs and clean up your own tables and chairs. So, but as we all know, it's in terrible shape. And I think that it gets booked pretty regularly because it is affordable. And I think it's one of the things, it's on our beachside town. It part of what represents us. And it's, at this point, the only real community center we have because you can't afford to just rent it. Whereas it's a big deal. You don't just rent Brandon Center. You don't just rent Live Oak casually. So I think it's an important component in our community as an affordable place for people to gather. And we are very lucky. If you've ever looked at the bathroom doors to the outside, you can see through them. So I think it's an important thing to really take care of, both for the entire community. And the clubhouse, as we know, is a historic building. And I believe, I'm not sure exactly how old Coronado Civic Center, that building is, but it's not 5. Do you know how old Coronado Civic Center is?
You say it's not 5?
It's not 5 years old. We know it's a lot older than 5 years.
I want to say it's from the 50s.
I think so too. So, maybe we should get a Donadine Award for building in original condition at age 75 or 70,
The sources that I have, it was built in the 60s,
In the 60s? Okay.
early 60s.
Yeah, well, so we're still talking about a 60-year-old building. I think a 60-year-old building deserves a little maintenance now and then. Oh, thank you.
Commissioner Hartman.
Hi, Rob.
Hello.
So, help me with the golf course.
Yes, sir.
If we're going to have a surplus of $200,000 in this fiscal year, and we have needed equipment that's unfunded, why aren't we just transferring some of those monies over to?
So that was something I have had conversations with our assistant city manager on, is setting up a golf course fund to be able to do projects like that when we have that surplus, to have that on reserve, to be able to fund some of the stuff like that. We haven't done that officially, but we've had discussions about that. Is that along the lines of what you're thinking?
Yeah, there's a lot of unfunded equipment that's specific to the golf course. And if the golf course has a positive cash flow, then at the end of the year, why are we not using some of those dollars to purchase some of that equipment that's specific to the course?
We can certainly look at doing so.
You have to look at the history of the golf course. The golf course used to be a special fund. And the general fund gave the golf course, I think, over $2.5 or $3 million for the renovation. And they used to pay back the general fund, on payments. So when we converted, according to the auditor, based on his recommendation or their recommendation, to move it to the general fund because they couldn't really support itself at that time. If you heard him what he said, it's $200,000 net service, net revenue, betting that we don't have any catastrophes.
Right.
And betting we don't have any replacing equipments. So the $200,000, his equipment that he is going to replace, if you go back to the list of equipment to be replaced, look how large is this list and look at the amount. Do you think that based on he could support this?
No, but if he has a 200,000 surplus and the unfunded, there's a $25,000 mower in there, where's your unfunded list?
Going to it. This one.
So you have one, the first T-mower is $67,000. You certainly could pay that out of the $200,000.
So remember, his surplus right now is all rolled up into general fund.
Right.
So part of that, what we said, 10 million over the 25, that would be a part of it.
Well, how can you, okay?
That was the deal.
That's the confusing part of it then, because it's truly not surplus until the end of the fiscal year. But you've already counted it as surplus.
We're estimating it as that's
So
what it's going to be.
projected.
All right. And that even gets more confusing as to why we're doing that. Okay. All right. But certainly there's something to look at come the end of the year. I see under the golf course that we still have bank fees. I thought we eliminated all the bank fees and we're going to charge those back to the end user.
We have those, Shirley, I try to do a budget.
I think, though, the golf course is the only one that they can't do it as a net. Like, everybody else is doing it as a net, so we can see that. But on how we're collecting money, it's, they charge the flat $2.
It's 3%.
Okay. They are charging it and they're putting it back into our revenues. So it is a net at the end of the day, but it's just not a net in how they presented the information to us. If you understand where I'm coming from.
But if every other department is doing
It depends on the third-party user that we're using. We don't have a choice with the one we're using right now with golf course and the systems. We had, like with our original contract that we have with Core BT, they have different third-party users that are able to do that.
Okay.
So it works out better in the end.
Okay.
But it's just the way we have to show it on our revenue and expense side.
And we still have a couple employees that are under the Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Yes.
Okay. That's all I had for that. Thanks.
Thanks, Rob. I'm looking at on page 116, and in the first big grouping there, the stuff that Commissioner Perine was going down. I think that what might add some clarity is some of those are straight out expenses that you are incurring for performing the service you offer. The others seem to be event-driven, and then that always begs the question, did you make any money on the event or did you lose money on the event? And so maybe there's a case to be made for separating out, like fireworks, that's clearly an expense. And anything that that are non-revenue based, Memorial Day, Veterans Day, stuff like that. But for example, like Flamingo Follies, there's $18,000 there. Do you get any of that back?
Yes, sir. We'll generate probably about 15,000 in profit off Flamingo Follies.
See, I think it'd be really helpful for us to figure out, we're not trying, Mr. Rashadat reminds me that we are a service organization, and some of this is like opening a park and you're giving it, right? Sure. That's a service of the city. But on items that you have programmatically, determine, in your own management of your program, determine which ones you plan to break even on, which plans you plan to make money on, which are a service and which are going to be a feature that you wouldn't do again.
Sure.
If it didn't make money.
Yes, sir.
And then give us that type of a breakdown. I think would be very rewarding for you, less painful, and really instructive for us.
So
Clearly, some of these are not like that, others are.
Absolutely. I totally 100% agree with that assessment. I think that's fair. Something I've previously mentioned to the commission was a more detailed year-end report from my department where that type of analysis would be completed. And I know it has not been completed yet, but that is on the priority list with my staff, to where you would get that type of analysis from, hey, Flamingo Follies, we spent 18,000, but we made 30. Hey, Art Fiesta, we spent 30, but we made 50. Whatever it is. Or, we had this $2,000 expense for a free community event, no revenue back. So that's something I've had in past organizations I've worked for, so I know what it looks like. I know what you're looking for. I will prioritize getting that complete with my team for you.
So yeah, it's something I'm interested in, but that's your business. You should know that stuff.
10-4.
Don't make the commission make you do that. We're amateurs at any of this stuff in your lane there. So, and you're a businessman, you know what you know where you're going, and I know you've been here for just a short while, but this seems like one of the fundamental get my house in order type things, and you've had an uphill thing there. I'm looking at the bottom underneath that in the small writing, which says $272,000 total.
It's 252.
Look down the page under all of those 5,000, 15,000, 10,000. You scratch a line that says the total is 272,000.
Yes, it's
Is it
supposed to be 252.
Should be 252.
Yes.
Thank you, because that will match the other number.
Correct, yes, sir.
All right, awesome, thanks.
So that's a typo.
Yes, ma'am.
Got it.
I had removed a line off that and
Really good.
trimmed it. Yeah.
I think that's it. We went the long way around, but you get the general idea, and every time we talk, you have a huge improvement, a huge update, and I know you're getting there in the right direction. I think that's it. Yeah. Any other reattacks by any of my colleagues? Ma'am.
Just a request. In addition to the cost revenue for the events, it would be interesting to see attendance.
Sure.
So in other words,
How many people are reaching?
how many people were reaching.
Yeah.
So it becomes,
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Rashad? Yes, sir.
It's always been the debates, should we put leisure services under special funds or under the general fund? And I'll tell you what, it's like a Chinese yo-yo. You put it in the special funds, and then they keep coming back to the general fund, and then we move it to the general fund. But again, most of the leisure services, it's provided for recreation. It's for the community. So that's why it's very difficult to see, like, take, for example, the sport complex. I think right now, if I'm not mistaken, probably the expense is close to 900,000, roughly.
It's 1.2.
1.2. just think about the revenue that we have to make it even. I'm not saying that you cannot increase. You could increase, but it's not as simple as everybody thinks that. Hey, let's just make it make it even, break it even. You could increase the revenue, and it's like what I told Commissioner Perrine. When I see the Brandon Center breaking even, I'm gonna dance in this commission chamber. It's not as simple as everybody thinks. So.
I'm with you. But it helps me with yet another point on the marina. You did a nice step function increase in your cost per square foot per night. And maybe after you get it all fixed up, it'll be due for another step function increase. Because people then say, wow, we have a better value.
Yes, sir. And that's something I've talked about with our marina manager, is having that scaled approach, especially with our location. Our neighboring marinas have been increasing their fees in the private sector. So when it's time for us to come back with our proposal this upcoming fiscal, we'll certainly have that as well.
Really good. You got it, because private are getting 4 or 5 times what you're getting right now. But ours isn't in great shape yet, so get it back up to snuff, and then it'll be worth the value. Okay, really good. Anybody else? Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, the only thing that I want to add is, even with the Coronado, people like to have these buildings, and I think they're willing to pay an extra $20 if they have nice, clean restrooms, and and that's what I was asking for, a business plan. Just like, okay, we're going to put 300 in, we're going to break even on that in 2 years with $20 a head more. It's not that much, but that's the part that we don't know. $20, I'd pay extra to 15, 20, whatever it's going to take for that break even, because right now we're making money on it. I don't know how we are, but we are, and so we just have to watch how much we spend, so we don't do that pendulum the other way. And then the other final thing is with the shuffleboard people, if they give us $20 a piece and we're paying for their equipment, there's an issue. I'm all about fairness. And we need to look at tennis and pickleball and shuffleboard and golf. These are things we're offering the community, but we also need to be fair in what we charge and how we handle it, because if not, we get those calls. And believe me, I've heard a lot of complaints on both sides of that, as we're showing favoritism to the pickleball, we're showing favoritism to the shuffleboard, and we're really... Are we? So if we have that in writing showing that we're not funding the pickleball equipment, we're not funding the shuffleboard equipment, we're charging for these things, or just let us know so that we're not, on a Saturday and Sunday when I get these calls and I'm like, what? That's really happening? I can actually say, no, it's not. This is what we're doing or not doing. We are being fair to our citizens, and we do see it as a value added, but we're not treating you differently than we're treating the other sports hobby things. So I know it's hard to do that when you look at the sports complex, because we've got $1 million in that, and that's kids, and you got the shuffleboard when you have aging, and that's important too. It's not our jobs to show priority one over other. Let's just try to be consistent and fair.
Rob, thank you. We value you and what you bring and the science that you use to do your job, and so we appreciate that. Now, the other side of our mouth, after we ask you to be physically responsible, we're going to start giving away stuff again. So,
Understood.
Stay tuned for the ping pong ball. So I appreciate what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We have one last up to bat, and Alan's been patient all day, and so let's go
Can
with
we
the
have
cap.
a 5-minute break?
Yes,
for
of course.
for the
Let's
finance
start at
people?
4:10. The CIP manager is on the move. Thank you, Alan, for waiting patiently.
No problem. Good afternoon. I'll be presenting capital projects across various departments. In my presentation, you'll see projects highlighted in yellow. These projects are projects that require new funding for fiscal year 24 and 25. Projects not highlighted were funded previously and have rolled over and have and require no new funds. You'll see an asterisk with a P or an asterisk with an A. P will stand for pending grant approval, and with an A, it's approved grants. Starting off.
Show us one.
Yep.
There you go. Perfect.
All right, there you go. So this is the, we'll start with the airport. First one is runway 725, 29 PAPI replacement. Current estimate is 650, asking 650. This is 90% funded by the FAA, 8% by FDOT, and airport funded 2%. Moving on, taxiway B, rehab and runway, $4,980,000. FAA funded 90%, FDOT 8%, airport 2%. T hangar building.
We can read all those.
Okay.
You don't have, you don't have to read it. You don't have to read them to us.
All right. I can continue on the list, or how would you like me to proceed?
Anybody got any questions about these airport items?
Good to go. All right.
One thing about airport projects, I mean, they really do good on applying with the FAA and FDOT on the funding. And typically, it would cost the airport funds between maybe 20 to 2%. So it's really, it's a lot of good projects come out of it. We build a lot of T hangars out there from the funding from the FDOT. So we do have a good relationship with the FDOT in that regard, and they really help us in obtaining a lot of these funds. So.
Square me away on this, Khalid. I think what I've learned is that if they do give us the money and we are expeditious on executing the money, that counts big time. If we do not and we defer, that's where they get in trouble, and they would not like to fund us. So
Absolutely.
that we can move the money and execute the project is very important to them, yeah?
Because they go out of their way to tell you about the funding and also to encourage you to do the project. So it really makes a big thing if we don't proceed with the project. So
good job, Arvin.
All right. Moving on to maintenance ops. The only highlighted project here is resurfacing the streets, and this is from a local option gas tax and general fund. Any questions on this list?
one of the things, Mayor, about the resurfacing, I could tell you this, the resurfacing is probably one of the most important items for citizens because that's one thing they see materialized in their neighborhood. So up until last year, we were really behind in on our list in terms of, based on the consultant recommendation, that we have to have 1.2 million in order to catch up. So I think I think we're on the right track now. I don't know if we caught up, but I think doing this, it makes a lot of sense, and also it does help doing something. And the question always, how do you select these roads? So these roads they're graded, but the problem is when we do the selection, sometimes we cannot go based on the grading by itself, because what happened is they might be all being in one zone. And so in the past, it created some issues, because if we end up in one zone, what happened to the other zones? So we try to be a little bit political in terms of the selection. It doesn't mean that we go and pick one that it really doesn't need it, but we try to select ones that they're really down and it's below the 60, and try to balance some of these roads. So just want to kind of clarify that issue.
That's helpful. I think your point is those are tangible results for tax dollars in the eyes of the public. They see their roads being taken care of, which is a basic, so that's good. And you try to divide it up around the town. I like that. Then there's some math that goes into which roads are in what conditions, and you do it from the worst case to the best case.
Yeah, based on the index that they received. And so our staff really do a good job by looking at them. Sometimes what happens is they will have like a road that really has probably reduced quite a bit from the grading that they received initially. So they do some priority lists in that regard, and they follow that. So, but they do really a good. I mean, it's really a very, I don't want to say a very easy process, but it's a complicated process in order to balance it and make sure that you do the street that is needed, and make sure that we meet. You know, sometimes the 1.2 million is not even enough because the prices of tons have gone quite a bit. We used to do. The ton used to cost $45. I think right now probably $200, maybe even more.
Wow. Alan, would you skip down to the 24 FPL, the 23 light poles on Flagler? Do you know when the kickoff is? When are you going to start?
Yeah, David is here. Because I know he's been meeting with them, so he's very close.
Boy, no, the carbon fiber things, right?
Beyond that by now.
So we're working on that light package now. We actually have the consultant we're working with is a consultant the UC uses. After meeting with FABA and those along Flagler, they initially wanted string lights. So we started working with a consultant to potentially put up poles that would have string lights crisscrossing across the street. The problem came back that with the wind load and the things necessary to add those, the poles would have to be essentially what you see on the highway. And obviously on Flagler, we don't want 35-foot poles, and we don't want the entire sidewalk taken up by the footer. So we went back to the drawing board with FABA and with the consultant, and at this point what we're looking at is to have streetlights put in, which are 18 to 20 to 22 feet. But instead of having the string lights, the poles and the actual pole themselves will have a notch that we can actually put RGB type lighting in, so the color can still change. They can get the same type of feel of string lights, up and down Flagler, but without actually the lights going across. And the whole game plan is to potentially be able to save money, to be able to use the same footers that are currently in place, so we don't have to tear up the entire street in order to make this happen. So we're getting there, and that we should be getting some of the, they sent us some initial specs, so we're reviewing some of the initial specs on potentially the poles that could be used. And then as soon as we have some of those answers, then we'll be bringing that back in front of you all at a commission meeting for final approval.
Scope my expectations, David. Will there be lights on Flagler by Christmas?
No.
For the light poles, right now it's going to depend on how fast the consultant can get our questions answered, and then realistically, we probably will not have poles by Christmas, but we are doing other things for the Flagler businesses to offset that for this coming season.
Okay.
Knowing what we know now and seeing how, in terms of materials being delivered, I doubt it that you'll have the actual poles. But again, what he said that they'll be doing in lieu of that, I don't think will be 100% sufficient, but it will be something.
Quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
I know the palm trees wrap lights have been any day now for months. Do we have, are you going to tell me next week again?
No, we're just waiting on delivery.
I know, but I heard it was going to be delivered next week. I've heard almost every week. for a couple of months, so I'm just wondering, it is what it is, I
Yeah.
can hear you say.
Yeah.
But we're hoping to at least have the palm trees
Nice.
wrapped by Christmas, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, David.
All right, any other questions on maintenance ops while we have David?
Anybody else for anything on this page? Yes,
I
ma'am?
have a question on our dredging and the grant money. I remember reading where the one grant actually got denied. Where are we with that?
We received the state grant initially, then we received some grants from the state. So right now, the only delay was the permit from the Corps of Engineers,
Which was how much?
which they finally, I think we're about to have it. So I think they just had the pre-construction meeting. So David, give him the latest updates.
So for the Turnbull Canal North, the Turnbull Canal South, and we have the dredging for the DEM grant. We actually, it's actually the same contractor who's going to be doing all the areas. So we held a pre-con meeting for all of those separate projects at one time to start moving the whole process along. For the DEM grant, those 4 areas, we had to pass through, all the contracts had to go back through DEM for their final approval. So they are starting the permitting process for that grant. We are anticipating the North and South Turnbull. We just received the Army Corps permit, which is what we were waiting on initially. So now we're working all the final details out to move forward officially and start that process.
Because
What is
originally,
the FDEM, the four areas that we got the grant for? Aqua Courts,
Yeah, the Aqua Corps.
Menorca Pond, the Cabordi Canal, and what was the fourth one?
Cemetery Canal.
So these 4, that's the ones we received from the state on a different thing. The one that we were denied is through the appropriation committee. But we still have the one that the state gave us initially, and then we have the other one. So the south and the north canal on the Turnbull Creek, they're ready to go.
so the one that was denied, what are we going to do with that?
We were trying to just get additional funding on the north and south, so I
Were
think we're
we
okay
able
now.
to? Okay, very good. So that money, we're not going to have to pull from general fund, the money that was denied?
No, it's actually, both of those projects are fully funded already. We already have POs issued.
And with us being in the heat of hurricane season and being scared again because of the flooding that hit up north and missed us this time, we were very lucky and we're very grateful. How fast can we get this done? When's your projected end date to all of this?
So we're working on that exact timeline from the vendor right now. And as soon as we have that exact timeline, we can share it with all of you. But they're going to be giving us the exact timeline from start to finish.
Before hurricane season's over?
I'm not going to make that promise, but
So this south dredging, you've got expended 1,600,000. Is that totally done then? Since the expenses are there, or has it not started? And we've just paid for it?
that one is, the 1.6, a portion of that is the USDA grant.
But is that project completed?
No, that's the one we were waiting on the Army Corps permit.
So it really hasn't been expended yet?
Correct.
Okay.
That's the one that the Army Corps of Engineers really, they were not responding to emails, they were not responding to calls. Finally, we had to reach out to Congressman Mills in order to help us so finally they reached out to us, and I think they have issued the permit finally. So it's been an issue because they're short on staff. And my understanding now that DEP is not going to be involved, it's going to be the Corps of Engineers. So that's going to be even a bigger problem.
So I had a citizen call yesterday asking me if the canals were dredged, and I said, I don't think so. And
Not yet. So
they
should be-
were
they should be
asking that, and they're wanting to know what's the holdup, but this is a long process.
Yeah.
And I thank you for all your hard work on this. This is high priority, so thank you.
Yeah, David, the smile that you wear all the time never shows the push that's going on. And I encourage you to keep pushing and use all the resources you've got available including our ability to contact state and federal representatives to help us help you, all right?
Yep.
Back to the local scene. You know, Chief Feldman talks about the Love Bank and putting deposits in. I would tell you the Flagler Avenue Love Bank's pretty low. Their merchants would really like to see some progress, and it's hard to measure. And you and I were at the last meeting with the FABA, and you know we told them we have, you know, trash cans are coming and one more, I can't remember the other thing, and they were chiding us for the cost of that, and they always compare themselves to the other main street in our town, right? So we've got to push in that direction for those folks to see something. Anything you can do would be awesome. Thanks. Go ahead, Alan.
All right, moving on to Police Department. I think the chief touched on this one. This is extension of the Police Department facility. That's going to be $200,000 for design for PD impact fees. And then the other one is for the Marine boathouse at the AOB site. That one we're pending on fine grant, and it'll be general fund, still pending on the award for that. Any questions on that one, on the police department? All right. Moving on to community development. No new funds requested here. We're just working on the Mary Tot lot, which was previously funded. Leisure services, as Director Salazar mentioned, we are working on a phase 2 for the pickleball court, and asking $150,000 for that. And that'll be 50% ECHO, 50% general fund. All right, capital improvements. New projects on this is AOB phase 2. Waiting on the fine grant for that, and also the parking fund. Any questions on this list?
The applications are in for both of those?
Yes, sir.
All right, great.
Engineering, part 1. Here, the first one is the historic west side drainage improvement, Corbin Park drainage improvement, and demolish, rebuild 4 homes, elevate 6 homes. And the last on the engineering is Barracuda Boulevard enhancements and the Washington Street roadway improvements. Any questions on engineering?
Yeah, when's Barracuda going to be done?
The bridge, I think we're looking at October for that.
Oh, really?
That's what
I think we're going to have Fifth Avenue Bridge, Fifth Street Bridge before Barracuda. I went there yesterday. It looks like the Fifth Street Bridge is almost getting to the approaches. The Barracuda, I'm not really disappointed with that project. So that right now, I think it's the completion date. It says, was it August 11th? August 11th. So in 3 days or 4 days, they're going to finish it.
Absolutely.
I want to see that.
Wonderful
because
news.
I'm going to give them a prize if they do that. I just want to point out to the Corbin Park project. Tomorrow we are meeting with the utility staff. As you know, it's a very complex project out there in Corbin Park. There is a lot of conflicts. As a result of the conflicts, that's increased the project cost quite a bit. Our staff and the consultant been dealing with the utility staff, I guess, since the beginning of the project. it wasn't any major comments until we got to the 90% plans. So the cost of those conflicts, it looks like it's in the millions. So I'm meeting with the CEO, general manager, and their staff and our staff tomorrow. I just want to get to the bottom of it and see what the issues are.
Wow.
Can I just ask a
Sure.
quick question? We know that a lot of the Corbin Park area is county, not city. And I wonder, is the county going to play at all in trying to help out with this drainage?
Well, not at this point. I think at this point, it's us doing the project. I think we have approached the county at the time if they are going to do anything. I think most of the areas, it's in the city. There is some in the county, but the majority of the areas, it's in the city.
And I'm trying to understand how financially, while as good neighbors, we should certainly take care of the county that are next door to the city, but I'm not absolutely clear on how we do that financially. You know, if you're county and I'm city, how do I put a line across without involving county?
Well, to address this, Commissioner, we have applied through their, I can't remember, is it 386 or 368? I think 386 program. So when we looked at the criteria of the grants, it seems like Corbin Park was probably, I would say, the best candidate. So our staff submitted the grant for the 386 program with the county. And I think the amount they submitted for, I'm not sure if, do you know the amount, Kyle? 7 million, 6?
6 million.
$6 million.
Would it make sense to ask any of the properties that we might help out with that to annex into the city?
We have.
Okay, so we're reaching out to those affected counties.
We actually, that was Commissioner Hartman, a promotional marketing tool. So we have sent letters out to just about everybody in that area to encourage them to, we have waived out the fees, we make the process so easy for them. It comes to the commission. You guys make it so easy in terms of the annexation, so we have.
We did mailers and I did door hangers, so
Nice.
I hit most of them, so.
We're so proud of you.
Thank you, Mayor. I
Yes,
just
sir.
want to give you that update on the.
But when you had that discussion, you know, we did this in Islesboro, we did a stormwater project and also had an opportunity to do some enhancements to potable water and sewer.
Yeah, that was easier project because they have upgrades to do. And this one, we kind of offered them to do the upgrades, but they said that there is no upgrades that they have to do. So now when we run into a conflict, so typically what you do is over the pipe, you do the 45s. Well, because of the type of pipe that they have, so now we have to go farther back when we do our 45s. So we have to replace their pipe. So that's why the cost has increased quite a bit. So we're hoping that if we get the 6 million from the county, I think that would help us because you could see when we initially started on the project, I think the cost was
1 point.
Yes.
and a couple of millions. Now it's like almost 6-7 million. So
Okay, Alan, continue.
That was the end of it.
All right,
That's all
very
I got.
good. Any follow-ups for our CIP manager? Thank you so very much, Alan. I know you're new on the job, and this is a big one. One of the things you might, a column you might consider adding is anticipated start date or an anticipated completion date. It'd be a lot more satisfying to know those things.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think that is the last, unless anybody wants to go again. Oh, I don't see anybody. Okay, very good. So just some closing remarks. Obviously, our thanks to Celicia, Ken, you and the entire team, the department heads for being here off and on all day. Khalid, for you leading us through this. I don't know if this was instructive for you, sir, but hopefully you got a sense of the level of detail this group seems to delve into, and opportunities for enhancement as the clock ticks and goes on to the future.
Very good, sir. Thank you.
You bet. I'm glad you're here. Mr. Rashadan, do you want to close this up?
As I mentioned to you, I have some options available for us. When we approved the millage, we increased it by the .222 that we have made a commitment through the unions, and then we added the .25 to it. Now, the budget at that time was based on the collection rate of 95% in terms of the taxes. I have asked Shaliza, and Shaliza, she looked at the 97% collection. That has generated for us about 651,778. Okay? So if you look at the increase in the sport complex lease through the airports, that is about $215,000 and $859. As I mentioned at the July 23rd meeting, that I would recommend for the unfunded to adjust the salaries for the one that we included in here, all of them. And I have mentioned that it's about 152, 420 and 54 cents. That's for all the adjusted salaries. And also we have a couple of reclassification. That was about, I think more than a couple, but there was several, 58,950 and 67. That will give you, if we subtract that from the 651,778, subtract the salaries and subtract the sport complex, that gives you about lifts 224,548 minus the 58,000. It's already included. So that leaves you with 224,548. That's in addition to what I just added to you.
I have a bit of a question. The salaries that were listed here
Yes.
are different from those here.
No.
So, I'm looking, let's see, not all, let's see.
Because you're looking at 5 years.
So, no, Mike, I understand, I'm looking at, okay, and there may be an answer, for example, just taking the top one, the deputy chief. On what you handed us, it says fiscal '24, 120,224. And so the question I have, is that to date, year to date? Or is that,
Should be.
yeah, see, if you
Now,
look at it,
could
it
be,
says,
it
if
could
I
be
take the
the
first
one
line
that over
item. it
here.
says-
See, this is the
That
one
number's
that I
that
got.
10 line.
And whereas on the unfunded request, it shows it going from 130 to 136.
So maybe what you see there, it's before the 3%, so.
I don't know, but
No, no, I'm saying
there could be a lot
this
of
one-
reasons. My point is that before I can make a reasonable decision, I have to understand exactly what these numbers mean.
Yeah. Commissioner Martin?
Yes.
What you have there, it's this, including the 3%. So you put it aside. That one is without the 3%, and it goes on, it gives you the, up to the that we
All
have.
right, so if I look at the first line item, it looks to me like that, well, it'd have to go from, just from 2021 for 113,300 to 136,300. So we're looking at $23,000 over a 4-year period.
So if you look at it says incumbent salary effective. So this is when Eric was in 2021. That was the 113. Then in 2022, 116. 2023, 116. 2024 is 120.24.
I see it there, and what I'm seeing here is that the start is asking us to go from 130 to 136, is the first line item here.
Yeah, and that's what I said. This
So
is
what's the difference between the 120 and the 130?
Because this is the reclass. What would have been increased by when the difference comes. I don't understand.
Thank you.
This is the. To go to the reclass, this is to reclass into air.
Got it, got it.
I'm not sure, I'm not 100% sure.
It's
This is total, this also includes his incentives. This all includes his incentives. Commissioner Martin, on the one that says unfunded requests, this guy, the 130,
Mine's green, yours is blue. I assume they're the same, I don't
same
know.
one, same one.
it has one, for the deputy chief, it has 130,023 going to 136,335.
I understand.
Same numbers?
Wait, what was that last number?
136,335,
Oh, got,
same
agreed.
numbers, right?
Yeah.
So that 130 is with all of his incentives included. So the 120 you're seeing on the sheet that we gave you today is just his base salary. When we,
So once again, we're talking numbers that include different items, and we
Right.
are not talking total benefit package, and we're talking salary.
you're
only.
correct, and unfortunately, when we're providing information, we're providing something that's asked for at a specific time. Those numbers that I provided there and what you have in the long sheet is what I was asked to provide, was the 5-year trend of the salary.
Well, I never ask for salary only.
So well, that's what I was asked to give, so that's what I provided.
So Heather, on the green sheet, yours is the blue.
Mm-hmm.
The header there that says estimated cost salary only is not really salary only, that's the whole thing?
I can tell you from what I know, the numbers that are provided for the deputy chief and the 2 captains, those include their incentives. So they all receive an education incentive.
Okay, I don't need all that. I
Yep.
just need to know the answer to that question.
It does not include pension, it does not include
It
taxes.
says salary only, that's incorrect, right?
That is
It means
incorrect.
more than that, okay.
For those
Thank-
3
For those
positions.
3?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And that difference is, from what we're seeing on the long sheet, is that that's only salary.
Correct.
Got it. Can you go back and make it apples to apples and give us the whole thing? And
Absolutely.
thank you, that'd be awesome. I appreciate that. We're not trying to be difficult, we're just slow, and that's usually me. Anything
Okay,
else
so,
closing us out, sir?
So, assuming that you are going to approve this list, and also the reclassification, and then pay the difference in the sport complex, you will have the 224,548 left. So if there is any item through the presentations that you had that you wanted to do, you could do that, because you still have the 200, and that means that you don't increase the millage at all. You keep the millage as the current millage plus 0.22.
Got it. That's it. And I'm delighted you found that 800,000.
651. That's the difference between the 97% collection rate to 95 collection rate.
Gotcha. Very good.
Historically, historically, what's our collection rate?
We're closer to like 99%.
Okay.
But sometimes you see what happens is, I think that most of finance, they're conservative. So they do that because you don't know what's going to happen. They don't want to be like too over. But in the meantime, I think 97, I think would be probably a reasonable number to use.
I think we're also conservative, perhaps. I notice in, for example, the Utilities Commission, we use a rolling 10-year average, whereas we know in the last few years, we've had a dramatic increase in usage. And I'm wondering if perhaps we could use I'm guessing but not knowing, that there could be as much as $1 million difference between what we use as a number for our budget and what we actually receive. So I would be interested to see if, just like finding that extra money with the tax collection rate, if we could on some of these forecast items.
On that one, I do not recommend, because if you look at what they actually budgeted and what they spent more than what they actually budgeted to pay over to us.
Wait a minute, I'm
Comparing-
confused, because they have a 6% revenue mandate that they have to give to us.
Correct. So it's an expense for them and a revenue for us.
Correct.
Right? So when they budgeted their expense, it was lower than what they actually ended up giving us. So there's no true correlation there to say, okay, I'm going to increase my revenue, but on their side, they're going to have a totally different number.
What I was suggesting was that maybe because of the dramatic increase in growth, that rather than a rolling 10-year average, we might take it to a rolling 5-year average of the 5 most recent years, and that may also reflect some changes in our expected revenue.
Also, the difference in there are two different budgets. So they're budgeted based on,
I'm not talking about their budget. I'm talking about what we put in as a line item in our budget, that we say we assume that 6% mandated is going to be, I don't know, whatever it was, 4 million or 5 million. And my understanding is that we come up with that budget not on what they give us as forecast, but as a rolling 10-year number. So we don't pay attention to what they forecast. We don't pay attention to the number they give us. We use our own rolling number to forecast it. And we apparently do it on a 10-year basis. The last 10 years, well, you think of the growth in New Smyrna Beach over the last 10 years, perhaps if we used a rolling 5-year number, it would still be conservative, but it also, just like changing from a prediction of 95% tax collection rate to 97, we found some money. I'm wondering if those rolling 10-year forecasts, if we made them rolling 5, we may also have some additional money that we say, well, you know, I think we can count on this. So, just a suggestion.
we'll look at that. So I guess what I'm looking from the commission is some directions on what you needed to add. I gave you options. Do you want to go with these options, or do you want to go with different options?
Khalid, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
If we subtract the salary adjustments and we just look at the $250,000 that we have, 225 that we have left over, we subtract the headcount requests from the unfunded, how much do we have in items that aren't headcount? And how do we determine what's priority when we only have 225? Do you have recommendations subtracting headcount?
If you look at each of the unfunded lists for each department, the top is a top priority for that department. So we have asked them to do that even on the unfunded list. So the funded is already there. The unfunded is, we told them, put them on a priority list. And so you look at the top, that will be their top priority for that department. And as you go down, it's a list priority for each one. But I will, if you want, we could go back to the departments and look at the 224,000 left and see what is the most important items in the entire list, and then come back with some recommendation for you.
Because it's going to be where they each may get one small item, or how do you prioritize which department's more important on need?
I'm willing to do that. I'm willing to do that. If that's what the commission wants, I will make up the 225,000.
So the question I asked Carrie earlier came back, and each contract is a little different. Hers is specific in that every 3 years she gets an evaluation for possible salary increase. The last time it was done was when Mayor Owen was here, so we're about at that point in time. I know that Kelly has an increase already in this year's budget with Kevin also coming on board this year with a clause that in March that we're going to reevaluate and give him a bump. I think it would be in our best interest to maybe look at also do an evaluation of Carrie's salary, the city attorney's salary, so that we're all in that kind of 3-year, they'll all be kind of in this year, the 2025 year, and then we can, use that going forward where they're hodgepodge. So that would also be something that I think we should look at, before we finalize this, is do a cost or a salary analysis on the city attorney across the board that includes benefits, and have that presented to us sometime in the next couple of meetings to discuss.
Just kind of give you the comparison on salary and benefits?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, that's what we're asking for, salary and benefits
For the charters officers?
just specifically for Carrie.
Okay,
You can do all three, yeah, that would be all three.
okay.
I think I thought Kelly's was already kind of done, and there was an
I
adjustment
think
this year.
what I saw is, I think for the city clerk, it's in the budget, but the commission has to approve it.
Right, okay.
So,
So if you do all three on the charter officers, salary and benefits, so that we can have that and have that at a further
We'll do that.
discussion before the end of the budget.
The only other thing I'd recommend is we found a lot of line item savings in here that we're not going to spend and we've never spent. If we could pull some of that and add to the 2.25 before you make those decisions and gain to where we have $500,000, it may look a little better. Because I know line items, we saved quite a bit. Hopefully somebody was taking notes with that.
So I think what I hear you saying is that we recommend that each of the department heads go back and find out which things are still in the budget just because they were in the budget last year and the year before.
Exactly.
And have them reallocate the actual amount. Coming back once again to what did we do this year as compared to next year? And that they may be able to find some self-funding items, is that?
Yes, because we found it, so they should have done that already. And then, but the nice thing is we have 2.25 in the general fund, not used, but we found enough to where if they need a particular amount in their budget.
But we've never asked anybody to look at this year's budget in terms of, or the next year's budget in terms of this year's and what's happened. So it's a whole new concept.
So I know you're looking for direction, and I think you're getting bits and pieces. One of the reasons I'd asked for Heather to give us this, of the top tier that you want us to approve, is to look at the recent past history. So as I look at FY 2020, 21, 22, I see significant increases in some, and others, 10%, 12% annually.
well,
And so, I never want to appear that of this staff that I'm trying to chintz or nickel dime them, but I want to be fair across the board. So Colin, it's very uncomfortable to have this conversation, but it's got to be, I think I have to do it here. I'm just look at the 21 to 23, those jumps from the, I would like to know, it's more than COLA, it's more than the 3%. And so is it an annual thing that has been our practice all along? Because these jumps are above anything I've seen in industry.
yeah. Now, just keep in mind, mayors, too, we have to pay attention to, if they got any promotions. So for example, if you were like a coordinator and now you're a director, so now you have an increase, it shows.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that when we got you to the director position, maybe you're not at that level. So maybe you see like a 10% or 15 or whatever.
Okay.
But just because it's a promotional at that time.
Have you looked these over? check them out.
I will.
I know Rob came in at where he is. Heather, I'm assuming you came in at a director level. So I'm,
Some pretty astonishing numbers.
so it's worth a look.
Yeah. But, you know, it's most of the ones that you mentioned, I mean, I'm the one, so when they came in at a low salary comparing to other areas. So, I mean, even with the one we just hired, about to hire, or the, you know, starting on the 3rd,
Yes.
I mean, they took almost $10,000 cuts.
Yeah.
And plus health benefits from the.
I got that. I'm trying to keep it clean on the salary. I understand the full package may be even significantly more or less. It's just that, I'll do some more of my own analysis, but as I sit here, I cannot say, yes, colleague, go forth and make this solid. I don't know how to answer the question.
Yeah,
Mayor, may I make a comment on that?
Please.
Just for clarification, what I was asked to provide there was for each position, not
Yeah.
each person, but
Yeah.
each position what the 5-year back history was. So what you're looking at when it says incumbent salary as of 10/1, that's the incumbent who was in that position at that time.
Right.
So when you look at the deputy chief, it starts off where it has the first one. That's when Eric became our deputy
All right.
chief.
Other than the deputy chief,
So I think the only ones that you'll see that are the same across the board would be myself, David and Rob crossed each other. I'd have to look at it, but you also have to keep in mind that in 2022 we did a compression study, and when we did that compression study, we readjusted all of our pay grades. So there was a significant change in our pay grades at that time. We also did compression on top of that, and so that took all of our employees from the very bottom to the very top, and we adjusted their rates for compression there. So to me, it's a little unfair to say that you're seeing these 10% increases that you never see when we made huge adjustments for everyone. They hadn't done a compression adjustment, as far as I know, here in over 10 or 15 years. So we had people who were making the bottom of a pay grade compressed with people who are just coming in, and they may have worked in that pay grade for 5, 7, some of them even 8 years. So there were some significant increases there, and you will see that from 21 to 23. And that, I think that makes a big difference for that. And then we have brought in people at a lower rate when we brought them in and then made differences. So for me to try to get you, I had to pick a point in time, and I discussed it with Ron, on how we find a point in time to give you where you could look at something that was significant. So if we brought someone in on 10/1, but with a guarantee that within so many months they would make a different amount, there could be some adjustments there that would happen also. So if you, as a collective, can tell me exactly what you would like to look at to compare to, I will pull that information for you. And I know that it will include total compensation.
Thank you. We need to have apples to apples.
I've already sent out surveys today to all of the rest of the Volusia County cities asking for the information you requested earlier.
so if you could put these by name
Okay?
from the time of their arrival, and most of these are senior people, to what it is today, what we're looking for is the fairness of what an annual increase should look like. And the whole package is awesome. Happy to have the whole package.
Okay.
From my humble view, a 25% increase annually is probably over the top.
And as far as comparing, you want comparison to the entire county or the specific 4 that we had talked about previously? Because my recollection from our last meeting was that as a collective, you preferred just to look at the top 4.
As long as we're consistent and the city's comparable to population or something that you can compare to and that we're consistent. I just don't want to see those cities changing and more than just 2 cities to compare.
So the reason that I chose, just so you're aware, the reason that I chose the cities I did is because when you take the top 4 in our county, New Smyrna, DeLand, Port Orange, and Ormond are the ones that compare the most. If I compare us to Daytona, it's going to overinflate us. They get paid a good 20% higher than we do. Whereas if I compare us to Holly Hill, it's going to bring us way down because they make a comparable 20% less. So I took those, that was why initially when we talked about this last year, that was initially why we took those outliers out and stuck with those 4 that compare the closest.
But I still don't understand if you're using, when we're talking comparing, are we talking salary to salary? I mean, things like pension plan contributions, who pays for what medical care for the family? What kind, and I know we had the thing on the vacation days. There's just so much more to it than salary.
I've
Who
requested
gets
all
a
that information
car
for you.
allowance? Who gets a phone allowance? Who gets this? Who gets that? That unless we're using the exact same metrics, I don't know how to compare.
I've requested all of that information for you.
And what's the differences in population to Daytona and us?
Daytona is about 3 times bigger.
Then I wouldn't use them
Right.
ever. I wouldn't even consider that.
Right, and that was why we did that last year, that we took just those top 4. So I just need a consensus that you all agree on those top 4. You want me to do the entire county? However you want me to pull it, I will pull that information. I just need a consensus on what you all would like to see, please.
And I know there's numbers already like that in benchmarking, and that would help a lot of cities too, not just us. If we can do a variance of a small, based on population, go with that and always stick with the same ones over and over and over. I don't want to compare to anybody that's not in our population. And as Commissioner said, we need to know I would say both a salary amount and total package amount, two columns.
Okay.
May I add for the charter officers, there's different types of forms of government in the cities, like Port Orange, charter officers report to the city manager. So different cities have different forms of government, and that should be, for the 3 charter officers, considered.
And to add on to what Kelly's saying, you also have in some of the governments, you have the city clerk has a different reporting structure. You also have, many of them have the city attorney as contracted. They're not a city employee. So I can't compare to that because they only have an hourly billable rate that they pay. So when I pull that information, sometimes there will be some blanks. And then sometimes even for our department heads, they don't have specific positions that equate equally. For instance, David's position, our maintenance ops director, doesn't completely compare to a public works director because of what a public works director in other cities handles versus what David handles here. So their pay looks exorbitant. If you prefer, I can compare him to the public works directors, but it will increase his averages even higher. So trying to find those very specific jobs where when I make those comparisons, we've asked for job descriptions, trying to figure out what's the best comparison so that it is fair to everybody. Our goal is never to overinflate anything or to just give increases to give increases, but I also am very cognizant of all of our employees being fairly compensated based on the market that we have in this area. And if I may, Commissioner Rain, when you mentioned, with population, I think it's kind of unfair to just say we'll take the whole state of Florida and say whoever compares to our population. Because in South Florida, I can find you a city that compares to our population, but they're going to pay significantly more just because of the area they're in. So I want to make sure that we're all talking about the same thing when you want me to compare things.
I understand, but there's plenty of cities around here in the 30,000 range that we don't have to go to South Florida.
Okay.
So at the end of the day, Heather, from my view, not from the entire DIA's view, your mission is to get clarity and give us the best opportunity as neophytes in your business of HR, not to give us so many options that we wander astray. You have to guide us and say, this is what's reasonable, this is what's fair, and not allow us or make us play detective.
Sure.
I resent having to dig to find ground truth of what's reasonable. And if you will enlighten us and help us or buy somebody that can, that would be very helpful. I certainly don't want our amazing staff to feel ever slighted by any city. I want them to be at the top of the scale for the comparator group, because I don't want them going anywhere. I want them staying right here. At the same time, my responsibility to the taxpayers is that we're not gilding the lily and not just throwing it out the door.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That is what the clarity that I'm looking for, and I just don't have it. And so, and I haven't put the time in. So if you will do that for all of us up here, we will try not to each of us nickel and dime you to figure out, you know, this, that, or the other. But that's the level, that's what we're looking for.
Okay.
And if you want to try it out on, you know, two new guys, try it out on Mr. Abidi and try it out on Mr. Cowper and see if it floats. I mean, they're brand new, no bias, no nothing, and see if it works.
Sure. Will do.
Any other comments? or
Welcome
questions?
their opinion on this, on deciding priorities too. If you have input, we'd love to hear it. So take some time, you kind of see how we're doing all of this, which is a line-by-line lengthy process, and we don't rubber stamp anything, and we love fresh ideas.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody, for a great day's work. I appreciate it. We're adjourned.